Hello and welcome at the final round of European Youth Chess Championship 2019 in Bratislava. So, today we will know who will become champions in 6 categories: under 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 and 18. And they will come and stand right here. And they will celebrate this victory, and of course they will take the cups which are just behind of me, and they will be European champions from today. So there are lots of games going on right now on the first board, yet we don't know who will be champions. That's because there will be very decisive games. So I will not take so long. My name is Keti Tsatsalashvili. I work here for European Chess TV, sponsored by Unipatrol, and now it's time to go to the studio with our commentators, Jan and Ioannis.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our broadcast from the last round of the European Youth Chess Championship in Bratislava. Today, everything will be decided, and we expect some very interesting and tense battles to happen. So let us have a look at some of the openings, and let us start with the category Open Under 12. Where on the first board Petrovsky Vadim is playing Maurizi Mark Andrea with the white pieces. So let's have a look.
Yes, a very interesting choice by white. Obviously some preparation, the Vienna game, which can be played in a few different ways. F4 is one possible way. And this, in my view, is a totally playable and very interesting line for white, although the computer at first sight doesn't approve it. But it's actually pretty much playable. F4, and at this moment D5 is probably the only move for black, which he executed quite fast. And we'll see what happens. F takes E5 is the theory, knight takes E4, knight F3, and the game continues, yes? Not much to say yet.
So but it's a very interesting opening. But he played something else actually. He played E takes D5.
E takes D5. I'm surprised.
This shouldn't be very dangerous if black knows what to do.
Yes,
right?
they're both playing very fast.
So
they
E takes F4 happened. So this is some kind of a king's gambit, or it's turned into some kind of a
maybe knight F3, for example, or even D4. Obviously, knight F3. Knight takes D5 and bishop C4. I think this looks a bit too romantic. Maybe a move like D4 is possible.
But this should be a deep theory.
Yes,
probably.
yes. Let's
so
not
let
try
us
to
just
produce theory.
Yes, let's just wait what will happen there. And let's have a look at the second board, where a more positional game evolves between Tobak Mikhail and Piliposian Robert.
So we are here in a Caro-Kann with D3, an innocent looking line, which is actually quite playable and interesting. D5, knight, D2, G6 is a playable move, and now an interesting possibility after G6 would be, I would say, an even better move than G3 would be all of a sudden to take here, pawn takes, and play D4, because this black is a tempo up, but in a slightly passive variation. This is very typical position, but it's not so. It's not very good, in my opinion, for black. Here, white has chances. But he's a tempo down. White has good chances to get an advantage. For example, let's continue for a couple of more moves. This move looks very accurate, but in fact, it is a big positional mistake. After which, white is. I would say at least slightly better with this maneuver. Knight E1, the knight goes to D3, and now this square is very weak in the long run because black has played, was forced to play G takes F5. So this is an interesting way to go. White should always keep in mind this ED5 move followed by D4.
But cannot black just take with the queen, for example?
That would be an
D5,
interesting possibility, yes.
And just get some improved version of the Scandinavian.
Of the Scandinavian, but still a Scandinavian, as they say. Yes,
yes, okay.
Yes, an improved version. I remember an older game with a similar capture on d5, which happened after this move. This move intending to play e5, and white took here cd5 and played d4. White lost the tempo, but this knight clearly doesn't belong on d7 in this position, but on c6.
Yes.
White got a very good version of the of this typical majority position, Carlsbad position,
yes.
Structure with knight to f3 and bishop d3, and white won a fine game. I think the game was Divyakov-Dreev, I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, let's have a look. g6, white played. Now, is it possible to take on d5 and play c4? Maybe this is typical idea, but maybe a bit too early for this.
I think that with the knight on d2, it's quite difficult to put enough pressure on black's center. For example, if black plays knight d7, then it's quite difficult to do anything substantial.
I agree. So knight f3 was chosen, knight e7, castle, rook e1. White threatens to win a pawn with e takes d5, but the idea is a bit deeper actually. He wants to force black to resolve the situation in the center, either to take when white will most probably take with the pawn, and this is an innocent looking position, but in fact white might have some advantage in this symmetrical position. He has ideas like to play knight c4 or b3, bishop b2, b3, bishop a3, and in such a structure this knight on e7 doesn't seem to be doing too much.
And also the d6 square is
weak
rather
after
vulnerable.
C6. Yes, and because of the absence of the bishop from e7, the bishop is located on g7. On the other hand, such possibilities sooner or later are not very good, because this is flank attack with an open center, so black has to be very careful. It's not easy to execute such a move. It's mostly a weakness rather than some serious attack.
So black was probably right to just cover on e5 with queen c7,
queen
but
c7.
white is insisting and played queen e2.
If black goes here, this is what white wants to achieve. White will most likely play c3, c5, and a4, or maybe take on d4 first. This is of course a pretty much playable position for black, a reversed King's Indian, and this is what white was intending to do, obviously. I wouldn't push d4. You would?
I have to admit that I'm big fan of these positions, of the King's Indian positions from the white side. I even draw
from the black side in this position.
And in this position from the black side, because I like the space advantage. I even wrote a book on this, which was called Beat the Kids. So I would probably go d4 and be happy that I am having some positional pluses there.
Very good, very good. But still, this is a playable position. Most likely, computer gives an advantage to black already in these situations. Yes, but this can be deceiving many times, as you know very well. Okay,
so we will see how black will react.
How about such a move just for now? But this might also be one possibility.
What if I simply play b3?
b3, yes. And now I may go. Now I may do you the favor and play d4 and
very
c5.
Good, very good.
Yes, because this b3 doesn't fit.
Yes. So maybe white should play c3 instead,
C3,
or go slowly. But knight on d7 is a bit strange, right? The bishop on c8 still waits for some interesting work to do. We will see. It's a complex middle game, very suitable for players who need to win. Both players need to win because they have just 6.5 out of 8. The players on the first board have 7 out of 8. So if Michael or Robert want to do anything to get a medal or something, they just need to play for a win. A draw is not enough. And the same applies for Wagman Roy, who is playing the white pieces here. On the third board, he's got 6.5. Hani Hen just 6 out of 8.
And again, we got this position which we described in a previous round by Greek Greek FIDE master and analyst Yannis Simeonidis, a very interesting line that even Carlsen had played with success against Wojtaszek. A very interesting line to avoid theory. This is a very fresh position. Okay, a few games have already been playing with it, and castle short, king b1 has to be played sooner or later.
Yes.
Yes, because the king steps away of various tempi. a6 and f3 intending g4 and everything. This is a very interesting and complex position. I would prefer white, but this is absolutely only a matter of taste and nothing else.
Basically, this is maybe the biggest surprise for me from the chess aspect. In the entire commentary, I didn't know this idea. I have problems to believe that it's good.
Yes.
But on the other hand, it's very interesting, and I definitely trust you. So if you say it's good, it should be good.
It's playable, you know.
Yes.
Just to get out of book, let's say, and get a fresh position.
And the bishop on b2, on the one hand, strengthens the castling situation of White's king, and on the other hand, can also be quite useful in the attack. So why not? Why not? Do you think that this reaction, this rather passive reaction with bishop e7 and so on, is appropriate for black?
Yes, it is playable because black may have chances to strike with d5 at some moment. That's the idea between this setup, to play e6, d6, b5 and everything, and at some moment d5 probably.
So he wants to keep the option to be active in the center as well as on the queen side.
With g6, bishop g7, for example, this would be far more difficult.
I'm looking forward to see how this game will go. Let's have a look at girls under 12, where on the first board Shvedova Alexandra is playing Verhey Dana. So what do we have here? Very interesting move. F5 was the last move.
Knight e2. This is a playable move order. Kasparov for some time was playing this knight e2 exclusively. He has many games, but most of the times he would play d4 and reach the open Sicilian. There are a few lines and a few differences with this move order. For example, if black goes here, which is of course playable, first of all he has to reckon with this possibility. If he's a knight dwarf player, he cannot play knight c6.
Yes.
But there is also this idea, a useful waiting move to see what happens and then decide on d4 or g3. And in case black goes e5, we don't have this position this time. This is a bit different, and white will immediately jump on d5 and support this knight with knight e to c3 and bishop c4, and he gets a nice position.
Basically, if black plays e5, then the knight on f3 has a very long way to d5.
Exactly.
But from e2, it's much shorter.
And also there is this additional possibility, which actually happened in the game, to play this structure with c3 and d4. This is supposed to be quite interesting. c3. Actually, white wanted to play d4, and she did it at this moment, because in case of short castling, bishop g7 and c3, black may be able to play e5.
Now it's already quite difficult to play, play d4.
Then here, most likely, in castle short. So white decided to do this immediately. In case of e5, I suppose white will play e4 most likely. Anyway, this move was chosen, and now d4, and it already looks quite good for white actually.
Yes, I think that white should be happy here, because she was able to build up a well-protected center. And honestly, I don't like the f5 move too much.
Yes, I agree with you. It looks a bit strange. It causes some weaknesses. Maybe such a move is interesting now. Such a move.
For example, if black retakes, then even e takes, knight d5, knight d4, or knight f4 looks interesting because of this weak square.
Exactly. And when black played f5, her intention was to take. You know, this pawn now clearly does not belong to f5. Now at this moment, this pawn should have been here on f7. Yes. The idea of the move f5 is actually to end up with a knight on f5 in the end, after taking on e4, for example.
So maybe black can just try to ignore the tension and just go knight d5, but I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either. We are both very experienced to know that this will not happen. And
Maybe knight f4 simply.
yes, many possibilities. Knight d4, knight f4, d takes e6, many ways to go.
Usually the weaker side has to release the tension in the center as early as possible, because the attacking side always gets additional possibilities when there is plenty to do in the center, which is the case. So we can expect d5 with some advantage for Shvedova. Shvedova is the leader of the tournament with 7 out of 8, and if she wins, then the only player who can actually catch her is Papaioannou, who is playing on the second board and also is having 7 out of 8. Their opponents have has 6 out of 8 and probably will not be a medalist.
So this f4 neither was once very fashionable many years ago, many years before all these young kids were born, and Black has various setups against it. He can play e5, e6. E5 was chosen in the game. This is completely playable, but in my view a bit passive. This is completely playable but dangerous. White gets a good attack sometimes, and the best move is the most flexible one, queen c7, the best move in my view. And Black prevents White's e5 for the moment, and he will decide later whether he will play e6, e5, or even g6. Most likely Black will go for g6. With this move he remains very flexible. Anyway, it might as well be a matter of taste, so e5, knight f3, queen c7, a4, this is all theory, yes. As far as I can tell, this is a very rare but playable move, this queen b6, intending to prevent White from castling short, and also to put some pressure on b2. White cannot develop so well, but it is of course connected with a pawn sacrifice in the center. Then Black gets some compensation. Very rare but playable move.
Also the queen might be sometimes a bit vulnerable on b6.
Yes, of course.
Yes, quite interesting anyway.
But it is playable. Okay, queen c7 is more solid. Knight bd7, bishop d3, castle, and it's Black to move. Most likely Black will castle, and now they play a move like king h1 according to theory, and Black sometimes takes and plays knight e5, stuff like that. And Black even follows this idea many times. Here, and bishop g6. This is what they do sometimes. White can play this knight d4, for example, and then we get a typical Scheveningen structure where Black is well known that this is not a problem. Doubling the pawns like this is almost always in Black's favor, because yes, they control very important squares in the center, and Black has very good play. This bishop is strong and White's minor pieces are bad, and of course in the end game a king will very soon appear on e7, protecting all the weaknesses, and Black gets very good play. So White in reality should not proceed to this action.
Basically, doubled pawns are quite okay if they are in the center and they are blocked, so they are not forced to move or something. Then we are quite happy about them.
Black decided to take on f4. This, of course, it's playable, but it may offer White a few additional possibilities. And honestly, I don't believe that this is. Okay, this might be playable for Black, but it looks very risky.
It shouldn't be so good, because there are some lines where the queen comes all the way from d8 to b6.
Directly
and
in one move.
Black is getting an additional tempo in these positions, and still it's quite good for White. So I would expect White to have more than enough compensation here.
Absolutely.
So we will see what happens, but we wouldn't probably recommend Black to take on b2. Okay, let's have a look at the third board, where Karavainova Petya is playing Vlasova Olesia, and it was some interesting Sicilian again.
Yes, this is the this is not the dragon, this is the accelerated dragon, which is actually, many people confuse it, but it is a totally different opening than the dragon. Sometimes it may transpose if black wishes to, but in reality this is a totally different. Many players with white have the tendency not to study this because they hope that for some reason black will finally end up in the normal dragon, but this doesn't happen at all. If black wanted to do so, he would have played differently very early. He would have inserted the move d6.
Well, the main idea of accelerated dragon is to play d7, d5 in
Exactly,
one move.
in one move. Let's give an example. Knight f6. If white decides to play the same as in a normal dragon, in normal dragon we are with d6, castle long, and maybe black can consider d5. But
Yes.
obviously here black will play d5 in one move, and he is already fighting for the initiative. So such measures do not work at all. White should know what to do against the accelerated dragon. In my view, white can play the Marozzi. This is the best system against the accelerated dragon, but it's purely a matter of taste. Here, white must know what to do, and this is the correct move. Bishop here, and bishop b3, and now black has various ideas. He can play a5. He can play also d6 transposing to the dragon. This move is playable, and there was of course a very famous game which should be mentioned here, Fischer-Resevsky, where black played here and he's already much worse, almost losing. All of a sudden Fischer played here because this is not possible. E takes f6 and white gets two pieces for a rook. So knight e8, and I'm sure you know exactly how this game was played.
I know.
Yes, of course. I have absolutely no doubt. Fischer took here on f7. He played this incredible move. If here, which was actually the move that was chosen in the game, I think. Knight e6, black took two pieces for the queen and quite soon lost. And if king takes f7, then again knight e6 is the idea. If this again, black is losing material, just two pieces for the queen. And in case of king takes d6, then queen d5, here g4, and now many moves lead to checkmate. Rook g1 check, queen g2, and everything.
Of course,
this is probably
the king
the
is
simplest.
so exposed that
Yes. And in such, by the way, let me give some piece of advice. In such a position, let's say that you calculated and you cannot find forced checkmate. It doesn't really matter. White is not losing so much material, just two pieces. He won't resign. He is not losing a queen and a rook, for example, and then when you don't find checkmate, you resign immediately. Here, just two pieces, and if we suppose that there was no forced checkmate, white can simply play one or two waiting moves, because there are just two pieces at the edge of the board. It doesn't really matter. So one doesn't have to spend so much time or energy to calculate everything in such a position.
the king on h3 is actually a strategical problem, a long-lasting problem, and it's a weakness which cannot be solved in one or two moves, so white can simply play quite slowly. Interestingly enough, Fischer was younger than many of the players in the playing hall today in Bratislava. He was like 15 or 16 when he played this game, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
So he might be a nice inspiration for our players. Okay, so let us check the game.
Yes, a5 was
after
played.
bishop b3, black played
a5.
a5.
And now the most common move is castle short. They play castle short, a4. That's the idea behind the move a5.
With great complications.
Yes, here intending to go here, and one needs to study the details because this position looks a bit random, so for both players. So you have to know with white exactly what you are doing.
And I am afraid that Petya is not knowing what she's doing, because she is thinking quite a lot, and she played f3 because she saw this a4 move, so perhaps she was out-prepared there.
There is a tendency for people, I see it many times, to avoid with white studying the accelerated dragon. And no, white should do his homework and get a good position.
Yes, because in this game it probably backfired for white.
You see, it's a dangerous opening. If white doesn't know what to do, it's a dangerous opening. So d6.
Well, d6 looks a bit uncertain as well.
Queen takes d6. here, queen e5, and black is clearly fighting for the initiative. Well, okay, here knight d5, I suppose, yes, in case white goes here. White threatens, I don't know, a3 or stuff like that.
I'm not sure if we can include a4 in some
A4,
interesting
exactly.
way.
Yes, yes, yes. How about this immediately? Let's have a look. Because everything is hanging. Yes, you're right. Now it gets very complicated. All the pieces are hanging. For example, if bishop takes, black may even consider to take on a4.
Let's do it. That's quite interesting. Takes knight a4. Now perhaps take, right?
Yes.
Queen c2, queen e3.
Queen e2. But I don't think in the end this is enough. Yes. I don't think. Black certainly has compensation, but it's not necessary.
We don't have any direct threats now.
If black has a good position anyway, then there is no need to sacrifice.
Maybe we can go knight d5.
Yes, a move like this is simpler. And no, is it really? Because a knight will. There is some knight c4 fork. Yes.
Knight c7.
Sorry, knight c7. Yes. I mean, after this, again, it's not simple. Take, and knight c7. So what to do? Okay, a move like bishop d7 is good enough because many pieces are hanging.
Bishop d7 actually strengthens the idea of a4 in many cases, because if white takes, then we can take on b5. So maybe bishop d7 is the most exact. And for white, it's now quite difficult to say what to do. For example, a3 can be responded by maybe now knight d5.
Now knight d5. Or even a4 might be one possibility.
Even a4, yes.
Yes.
But okay, this is also quite interesting because takes. And after bishop d5, you can play bishop b5.
You are absolutely right.
And
black
this
is
quite
already
dangerous.
Winning. Yes.
Yes, probably winning. Yes. So I would say that black is much better on board 3 in the girls under 12 category. And we all should do our homework. If you are an e4 player, please check how to fight against the accelerated dragon. And now we will have a look at the open section under 14, where on the first board Kostolansky Sebastian Lukáš, the Slovak player, is playing against Popov Konstantin, and basically the winner of this game will probably be the European champion for the year 2019. So
the everlasting solid Caro-Kann defense, h4, the new fashion, h5. White didn't choose bishop d3. Instead he chose c4, which is absolutely playable. e6, knight c3. A playable alternative without too much theory is this bishop b4 now. It is totally acceptable in my view.
But black is not intending to take on c3, or is
well,
he?
if necessary, he will. If necessary, the idea behind this move is to be able to play knight e7 and keep the knight on e7 without having to worry about the bishop on f8. This may not be the best move, but it is playable.
Interesting.
Yes, knight d7, knight g to e2, knight e7. I think this is all theory. I think that even this move is possible now. Here, and in case of f3, some weaknesses have been caused, and bishop f5 again. Okay, and we'll see what happened. It is yet very early for conclusions.
Yes. Quite interesting that Sebastian Lukáš is already thinking quite a lot, but this is his habit, so we shouldn't deduce from that too much information. And let's have a look at the second board, where Khan Isik is playing Cvetko Andrei. Kostolansky, Popov and Cvetko have 6.5 out of 8. So here black also needs to win this game in order to get reasonable chances to become the European champion.
So bishop g5, the most testing line in the Najdorf. Knight bd7, which is a totally acceptable and very good move, probably even the best in this position. White can play here f4, queen e2 or something, but you know, it's not only about theory, it's also about positional understanding. For example, a player may play this, queen d2 and castle. This is also playable. Or another player may go here, and castle short, or play queen e2 next move or castle long. So it's not only about memorizing with black. That would be pointless. I see this many times by unexperienced player, and somebody plays, move like this, maybe not so deep or something, but totally playable. I just develop my pieces in the center and castle short or something, and black all of a sudden doesn't know what to do because he has only been standing specific useless lines, and memorizing stuff, and he doesn't have an understanding for the neither. Anyway, this theoretical move was played. This is a very interesting move. H6 is supposed to be the best move here, and G6. In fact, I discovered this idea with H6 and G6 many years ago, long before it became fashionable, but I never had the chance to use it because I think it was the very strong Bulgarian player in Ivan Cheparinov who tried it first, and I was very angry at that moment, I can tell you, that he discovered my novelty. But this is actually very common in modern chess because everybody has engines, everybody is thinking in similar, every experienced player is thinking in similar ways, and quite often they end up in the same position. This move f4 is also critical, but castle long, black has a specific idea in his mind.
So basically the move g7, g6 was intended not to give
Exactly,
white the possibility to enter the f5 square, not to
play bishop g7.
Play bishop g7.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
This idea with g6 and e5 and bishop e7, they fit very well in the Najdorf in various positions. So e5, knight b3. I know what the Turkish player is doing because I have seen one or two other Turkish players playing exactly the same way. So this is some type of analysis. Bishop e7, it is important for black. Okay, bishop e7, let's say, queen d2. No, what I would say is not valid here. It is important for black. Let's say he goes here and white plays f3, not to play this move. This is a very typical inaccurate move. At this position, black should start with queen c7 or bishop e7 first. After bishop b7, is it this position? Yeah, it's this. White can take here, surprisingly, and play this move. Black would have a perfect position here if he was able to play a5. After a5, black would have been better if it wasn't for knight takes e5. So black should prevent knight takes e5 here, intending to play this, but it's obviously it is white's move, and he will play definitely this move, intending to go to d5 and get a small but permanent initiative, permanent advantage.
So actually white was able to produce a strategical miracle to change the passive b3 knight into a monster on d5 in just like 4 moves.
By means of tactics. Anyway, this move was chosen. This is a very specific idea for white. His idea is to play f4. Here, obviously, such a move is not possible because simply white takes on d6, and he has the initiative.
Yes.
So here, bishop d3, and white's idea is to go with f4. They usually play this position with f3, but this was actually black's plan. Computers sometimes show an advantage for black in this position, but this is very early. I mean, the computer may indicate such a move. I would say that such a move is playable, but because if queen takes f4, g5, but it's playable but not simple. For example, white may go here intending to take on f4, and the computer might tell you that black is maybe slightly better here or something. I'm just taking a guess, but things are far from clear. The computer can live with a knight on f5, for example, and a human can probably lose very fast. What I'm trying to say is that do not only trust what your computer is saying, but also use your brain. Sometimes it is preferable to play the second or the third or the fourth line of the computer, which is a simple, solid and good idea without having to memorize too many things, rather than playing the first indication of the computer, entering a totally messy position and fell victim to our opponent's preparation.
Also, we have to take into account the psychological aspect of the situation, as Cvetko is actually and obviously out of his preparation, and White is playing extremely quickly. He would be rather naive to go for the sharpest lines and take on f4. I think that he reacted very normally and very well with king g7, and after rook h f1, Cvetko probably hopes to get some playable middle game and get his opponent out of the preparation.
Exactly. Many moves are playable now. This move here, sometimes they put the rook here, but at this moment, okay, it looks good. It doesn't have a very specific idea. Maybe at some moment to sacrifice here might be some useful possibility. This plan, on the other hand, is playable. This and bishop c6, a5, but it's a bit slow, obviously. Not rook to a8, rook to b8, obviously.
How would you attack with White here? Would you play f5 or just try to play g4 instead?
Yes, I would try to play a g4, something like this. I don't like this because black will keep that. He won't play g5 most likely. He has a free hand, you know, here, knight c4 and everything. That's why I don't like it so much. But of course, this is my initial idea. I don't know if it takes a lot of thought, and actually this is a position that black players should analyze very well, this plan, in order not to be surprised. I would have played a move like rook h to f8 most likely. I mean, this is the first move that comes into my head. It is a bit passive though. If you ask me what is exactly the rook doing on f8, I cannot answer you.
Some prophylactically
protecting everything, yes. Like if I have just castled, you know, and played king g7, yes. Okay.
So we will see what happens on the second board. Complicated fight is in front of us, and Khan e6 is still in his preparation. Let's have a look at the third board, where Tadic Stefan is playing Oglaza Oskar, and they were playing the Sozin.
The c3 Sicilian, yes, Alapin. Bishop f5. This rare move is actually quite playable, and
but a bit risky at the same time, right?
Of course, yes. Black intends to take here in many. For example, after bishop e2, threatening to go c4 and d5. Black usually takes here. He doesn't want to win a pawn. This queen takes a2 is very risky. But black wants to take here and stabilize the position and develop very fast here, or even here, and knight g to e7. And White's problem is that he cannot attack the queen so easily. White would very much like to attack the queen and play d5, for example.
The natural attacker, the knight from b1, just disappeared from the board.
For example, if such a move was possible theoretically, but obviously it's not, then this would have yielded White a very good position after d5, if bishop c4 was possible, but it's not. So in case of such a move, black is actually in time to play here and move the queen somewhere to h5 or a5.
Yes,
and
I like
so,
h5.
Yes, d5 is not possible now. So in the game, bishop e3 was chosen, and this is the critical move. I remember a very good game by Vasiel Agra with the white pieces, who plays the c3 Sicilian from time to time. And he got a position like this. Now c takes d4.
It's a bit surprising, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Anyway, here he wants to go knight c3 and a6.
Maybe this is the problem, that after bishop b1, queen a4 is the move.
And this is probably what he missed.
Yes, that was probably White's idea. And preparation as well, because Tadic is still having more time than initially at the beginning of the game. So maybe Maybe he just outplayed black in the opening, because now after a6, knight c3, queen d7, white should have a big advantage.
Big advantage. He chose knight a4, which is playable. I wouldn't have played like this. I would have played either
D5
here
looks
or
fine.
yes, or move the bishop somewhere to e2 or to c4.
Knight a4 is very direct, but somehow doesn't feel to be. Probably black's position shouldn't be so bad. Just
Yes.
to.
Knight c5.
Okay, I can return to d5 again.
There are some ideas with queen a4 check,
Ah,
or
okay.
even with or even with this move. You know, this move is dangerous.
Yes,
No.
so perhaps we shouldn't go to d5 so quickly. Maybe we can. I'm even wondering whether we cannot play e5 here.
Exactly. Exactly. This was also
Knight
my
d6
idea.
check.
Check and bishop d2 now.
Bishop d2, queen takes.
Queen takes d4,
Knight takes a8, and now some. But probably black doesn't have enough
Yes, most likely.
counterplay, because check, queen e2, bishop e2 is enough. So
Somebody may wonder why we both studied this move at the same time, e5, and what is going on after check. Because we both have a lot of experience, and every grandmaster at this point would realize the danger, but at the same time he would see that there is lack of harmony in white's position, and study this move, e5, to check if it is working, because it is actually a critical line. It's not working as it seems, but it is quite critical. It was close to be good. Close to be good.
okay, but black played rook d8, and white played knight c5.
Knight
So we
c5.
have this position, which we also have had a look at. But maybe Tadic it simply knows his knows the position, because he's still playing extremely quickly. So maybe he just knows that knight a4 is
Yes.
good.
Yes, maybe. What can I say?
Queen c6 or something. Queen c6 or rook c1. That's also quite unpleasant. So difficult to say.
This is might be one possibility,
Okay.
because if knight takes b7, queen b4 check, but and maybe queen a4. No, various moves. Queen b3. I
Queen
think this-
f3 even.
Yes, yes. This looks very dangerous. Yes.
Maybe even g4, bishop g2, just to be very quick. Who knows? No, basically white should be better here somehow.
Yes.
We are not sure how, but somehow if black plays this line and is not able to take the knight on b1, then it should be probably worse. So we will come back to this position, and let's have a look at girls under 14, where on the first board Alahardieva Ayan is playing Kirchhey Victoria.
Yes, and this is a well-known line of the Philidor. Knight f3, knight bd7, bishop c4, bishop e7, bishop takes f7 here is theoretical but not sound, not a good move. Castle, okay, a4 and a5. This a5 move is fashionable, but to be honest I don't like it at all, because black loses flexibility. It's mostly a matter of choice though. For example, bishop a2 or h3 or anything, and I would like to have the pawn here or on a6. For example, black cannot follow this typical plan. This can be done only with the pawn on a6, because if black goes now here, because this pawn is on a5, white will continue with d5, and this such a position doesn't even resemble chess. You know, it would have been doesn't look like chess. This would have been a playable, pretty much playable position for black. So black's pawn structure now lacks flexibility. On the other hand, this is connected with such a move, to take here and play knight c5 and stuff, or even knight e5. This move was chosen, but I don't believe black is threatening b5 or anything.
Rook b8 looks a bit strange, and probably black is losing the threat a little bit, because of course b5 is not an option. That would create too many weaknesses, and also b6 is not an option. Moreover, and we can also say that black could have played b6 immediately without rook b8.
So a waiting move like h3 is possible. Not waiting, securing this bishop e3 idea, preventing knight g4. This might also be possible. And a typical idea for white is this move, which might be a bit premature now. I think now black can take and play knight c5, and this idea is not working, I believe. Here black threatens to take on b3 or threatens to take here maybe.
Usually the knight h4 move is more effective after h6 was being played. Now with the pawn structure intact, because then after h6 you have also some options of jumping to g6, for example, because there is a pin. But with the pawn on h7, it's probably not so dangerous at the moment. But h3 is fine.
h3, yes, or bishop g5 or something, yes.
Basically, for black it's difficult to decide what to do, and rook b8 didn't help her very much in this decision.
Let's say we play here, he takes, knight takes, white can even take with the queen, but knight takes here.
Knight c5.
Yes, now bishop a2 is possible, but even such a move is playable.
Yes.
I put the bishop here and take with the pawn and develop my pieces in the center.
And now the drawbacks of rook b8 are more visible. The rook would be safer on a8 instead of b8.
And also the drawbacks of the move a5 are obvious, because d4 square is actually a strong square practically for white, because such a move now, because a5 was played, will hardly ever be possible, you know. So this d4 square, the knight can stay there for as long as it wishes.
Such a situation gives very easy play for white. She would just put the rooks on d1 and e1 and then prepare some central break. That would be a nice scenario for her. So we will see what happens there. On the first board, both players have 6.5 out of 8. And the third one who is joining them on top is Nurmukhmateva Alisa with 6.5 out of 8, playing the white pieces on the second board against Akobian Ashtik.
So let's
have
here.
a look.
Yes, castle, e6, c4. All these ideas have been played various times. And here white chose b3, which is a quiet setup, but 100% playable. This is very interesting. Rook e1. d4 is also playable. c4, queen takes d4, or even knight takes d4. But it's mostly a matter of choice. White wants to play an easier and a quieter game. So e3 and queen e2. All these ideas have been played before. And d4. White probably has a small advantage because this knight on d7 is a bit passive in this type of positions. It doesn't exert pressure on the white center.
And also the bishop on b7 feels a bit unwell because it's very passive. It just covers the d5 pawn, but that's all. But okay, black played c4 now, which is quite interesting. At least she gets a clear plan of creating some counterplay on the queen side, and now white has to react.
If white takes here, I believe the correct move for black is to take with the pawn actually. I don't like this move at all. Some knight e5 move is coming and everything is pinned, but this is interesting because now after e4 this rook makes a lot of sense. Black will go here and he has counterplay against the white center. So such a move I think might be playable. White still is better, I believe, yes, some a4 or something, although this is not necessary. Black is not yet threatening to play b5. A move like d5 or knight e5 has to be calculated.
But still, I mean, black's game is a bit more colorful, or get some color after d takes c4, at least her pieces are starting to work well.
Would you prefer d takes c4 or take with the rook here?
I would definitely take with the d pawn.
With the d pawn.
I'm just thinking whether white can wait a little bit.
Yes, and play
for
such
example,
a move
yes, wait
directly.
for a6 at least or something.
This is actually seems to be a better choice. Yes.
Yes, because now the b7 bishop remains passive and also vulnerable because the d5 pawn is pinned. So there is actually considerable pressure on the c4 pawn now.
If he takes, white will simply take here.
Well, this is a dream scenario for white, of course.
Yes, and white is better.
a7 pawn is hanging and D7 knight is still weak.
This is totally unnecessary, but white may even consider it because also d5 is very weak, and white should have here some advantage, yes?
Yes, yes, I think Karpov would be very happy in this position
Yes.
with white pieces. Okay, let's check the third board in the girls under 14 category, where white is having quite an interesting attack on the king side.
Okay, bishop e2, castle, bishop e3. This variation is quite fashionable, I would say, and it is the cousin of the Averbach variation. This bishop e2 and bishop e3 is the cousin of this variation. This move is objectively better here, but very difficult to handle for players without too much experience. This is a very difficult line for both players. As always in the King's Indian, generally there are three types of positions that black can choose. Black can choose to go for e5 or for c5 or for a let's say more flexible plan connected with a6 and c6 or a6 and knight bd7, you know, to try to be more flexible, postpone the decision of how to strike in the center. After c5, actually the best move by far for white here is to take on c5 and not to play d5. I'm quite confident about that in this particular position. dc5, black goes here, and now usually white plays bishop d2 and we reach some type of Maroczy position. Black chose this, d5 and a5. I have the feeling that instead of a5, actually I have analyzed this position quite deeply for white. I have the feeling that this is a better move immediately here. The difference is that black is in time to come here, and now I don't like at all the move bishop f3. I hate to put the bishop. I would like to play here and chase the knight away, but actually now e4 is dropping. I don't like to play this because this is a non-standard move. I would like to avoid it, and this is also a non-standard move.
And it loses the g4 pawn.
So this has to be played, but now somehow white loses contact from this side. Okay, this is also playable. Black usually plays h5 in such positions, or maybe a5 first and later h5, and it is playable. White should probably play f3, but still I believe this knight a6 is more accurate, because now in case of knight a6, white is in time to do this and play h4 and h5 very fast, and he has good chances for an advantage.
He didn't need to lose a tempo covering the e4 pawn.
Yes.
So
and now even the white knight may appear on f3. f3 is not occupied by a bishop or a pawn.
Yes. So black played c6, trying to create some counterplay on the queen side, as she sees that an attack is coming on the king side.
And g5, white seems to know what she is doing, at h4 and h5.
Knight c7 looks very strange, right? Knight is not very active on c7, and both knights are going for a6, so it's difficult to find enough play for this knight there.
But at that moment, you know, it might be a good idea maybe to show. No, okay, it's total. You remember this c5, this position where black sacrificed the knight on c6, knight c6, d6, bc6. This is a famous game in a different position. It was not the same position. No, I cannot. This is not the position how the game was played. Anyway, we had such a situation where objectively white was better. Some old game, I'm not even sure who played it. Let's say it was something like this. And at this moment, some famous players of the past were playing. At this moment, let's say it's like this, white was objectively better, and black realized that, and he
tried
produced,
to confuse the matters.
Yes, this move, if you can believe. He played knight c6, take, and the knight came here, and black had the compensation. White, I remember, should have done this immediately, because if white goes here, this is not the exact position. I'm just providing our dear observers with new plans and ideas that they may not be aware of. If white goes here, then in the long run he will be able to play b4. But actually, in such a position, Black managed to do this and then A4 blocking everything, and he was even playing for a win, if you can believe, because now all of White's moves, let's say in such a position, all of White's previously good positional moves, now they look very bad. You know, A4, C4, G4, they all look horrible. But just a few moves ago, they were very good and deep positional moves. But it takes a knight sacrifice in order to realize that.
To show the drawbacks.
Yes. Anyway,
so
let's concentrate on the game. Knight c4, h5. Now the same idea does not apply at all. This is a different situation. C takes d5. White should take with the c pawn most likely.
Not.
Yes. This would be a big mistake because it weakens, as I like to say, c6 and e6 square. I mean, Black will play here and here, or knight e6 or
Black
anything.
would achieve a similar type of compensation as you showed in the last example, but with an extra knight, so that would be fine.
So cd5, cd5, b5, how about that? Black realized that
things are not going well
exactly,
and just tries
to complicate matters.
To confuse matters, yes.
White took on a6.
On
Maybe
d5.
White has other possibilities, yes. For example, White can take or play bishop g4 directly. Bishop g4, how about that? b4, and I go here. White's idea is to bring the queen here and then take on g6 and give mate. And of course, whenever we see such a move, g takes f6 and open up the position completely. No, open all the lines against the black king. I think I would have chosen not this, but this move, this bishop g4.
But okay, I actually am quite... I cannot say that I like the position of black here, but I wouldn't be so afraid, maybe.
You take with the queen here, yes.
Maybe just to get to g2.
Yes, so I take a move back and I...
But you can take on... There's knight b6.
And queen g4,
But
yes, and knight b6.
Knight b6 is a problem as well, so we need to be more more careful with black. Maybe not to play b4 immediately. And just I don't know, play f5 here. Takes?
Yes,
queen
absolutely.
takes.
Take on c8 and queen g4.
Queen g4 and now return to f8. Okay, it's not very pleasant for black, but she can still fight.
Yes, sure. But white should be better here. Yes, I can even enter an endgame. If you take with the queen, I can exchange and play some knight h3 or something. This is a pleasant advantage.
Maybe bishop b6 is winning some material immediately.
This is maybe winning directly.
So basically white should be much better. But okay, she took, which is maybe not ideal, but still white is having some extra material. Knight d2. I don't see any clear compensation for black.
And she played here, just a second, here.
Queen d2, no, queen d2, really?
Queen d2, really? No, actually, rook b8 it was probably the move, yes. Queen d2, and now here, because if white plays this, he will end up much worse, she will end up much worse after rook takes b2. So white should probably take on c5, yes? White should probably take on
once
c5.
White takes on c5, maybe white can start, okay, takes, and now play, I don't know, knight c3 or something. White should be much better, right?
But still there is play, you know, black will never give up. Here, maybe try to do something.
Maybe knight c3 is not necessary at this moment.
But taking on c5 looks forced, otherwise rook takes b2 is coming.
Okay, so let's take. Now maybe white can...
If h6, bishop h8, and the bishop will come back to life after an eventual f6.
No, I don't want to play h6. Yes, white has got some targets on g5, b2. It is a bit unpleasant to be sure. Maybe Yes, we will see, but still, I think white should be much better. But
yes, but black is kicking, as
maybe
they say.
even this is working.
I won't. I'm just saying that I won't resign. I will play c4, or I will keep on fighting. Some queen b6.
Queen h3 is coming.
Yes. You want to give checkmate, but then I will take with this pawn and make sure that my king escapes. Right?
Yes.
It looks like just a check for the moment.
Yes. Yes, so we will see what happens here. Probably white is better, but there is some counterplay for black still. Let's have a look at the open section under 16, where on the first board Vandel CM is playing Barsegian Armen. Barsegian Armen is the sole leader of this category, so let us have a look.
We have already talked about the Maroczy positions a few times in this event. A5, yes, F3, A4, castle long. I would have castle also. Queen C2 is playable. Such moves are the most common here. Rook F to C1 and an eventual B4. But Queen C2 was chosen, and Knight B5. Yes, this is the other way to go, to put the knight here.
As usual in the Maroczy, white refrains from playing Knight D5 too early. Just puts the knight somewhere else, Knight D4. Okay, this looks pretty normal, doesn't it? Black should probably go Bishop D7.
Bishop D7.
Or should he? Or maybe Knight D7 is a move.
No, I dare to suggest this move, which is probably blundering something. I'm very suspicious of this move, to be honest. But it may as well be playable. Yes, really very suspicious, I agree.
Maybe Knight C6 is winning immediately.
And you're absolutely right. Yes, there is nothing to see. Rook takes C6.
Because we can show our audience that after Rook takes Bishop F7, white wins an exchange and the game. So Bishop takes C4 is too much. This is also too much. Yes, white will take here and play even here. You know, we were saying that we were talking about double pawns, but this is a different situation. Here, double pawns may be a weakness after E5 or something. Well, basically, black can allow doubling the pawns only in such a scenario where this bishop is not going to attack E6 anytime soon. So if we want to allow this, I would prefer to play Knight D7, and after Knight D6, F takes E6. It's not entirely clear for me whether white can attack E6 quickly, but perhaps he simply keeps some advantage with normal moves like, I don't know, Rook B1 or something.
Yes, move this rook out of the way.
And so perhaps the most solid for black is just to go Bishop D7 and see what happens later. Keeping the bishop pair should be
some idea with B5 here, some counterplay. Yes.
The queen on C2 is not ideally placed, so maybe
white should try, you know, now that the knight is not on D7 to gain some tempo, he should try something like this, or maybe it's a bit unnecessary. I don't know, Queen D3 to stop B5. B5 can be a bit annoying.
After Queen D3, I would even think about Bishop E8, renewing the threat of Knight D7, because there is a tempo waiting for us.
Yes.
After some Knight D7, Knight C5. So maybe this is how the game will go.
I agree.
We don't know yet.
Yes, sure. This might have been one possibility, because if Queen takes Rook A to B1, could be annoying, but this is also playable. Now white has to take with the queen. I don't like, usually, you know, I am a very objective chess player and an unbearably objective person. But I have one problem. I like, in chess, I like the queen always, no matter what. You may have 3 rooks and 5 knights, I still prefer the queen. But in this position, this is a rare occasion where I believe that black is actually better. It's totally pointless to do this. White can take with the queen on B3.
You are such a queen lover.
Yes, yes, yes. For some reason, I don't know why, I like...
That's quite romantic, isn't it?
I don't know if it's romantic or some, you know, if we search very deeply inside my mind what is going on. I prefer the queen to anything else, and especially the black queen for some reason. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
Usually the side who is having the queen gets also some interesting attacking possibilities.
Exactly.
So
maybe that would be a good scenario. Let's say.
Yes.
Yes. Why I prefer the queen. Okay.
So we will see what happens here. Black should the position should be around equality, and interesting positional fight awaiting us. On the second board, Shubel Jan is playing Tsoi Dmitry.
Okay, so let's see. D4, bishop d3. This is a very rare but playable continuation. C3. I have the feeling that even this move is good now. D5. D5. And I think this is the problem with this move order. White is trying to achieve this setup just like in the Torre opening, and he achieved it a bit too easy. A6. Now in case white goes here, black will most likely stay solid with b6, because this is not possible. It is losing a pawn due to the pin. He chose this. A4. Actually, why did black play a6 first? Because if he goes here, white is immediately better. The pawn structure is compromised because
there is no a6.
Exactly, there is no a6. And if in a quiet somebody may say, okay, so what? I take and play bishop, queen c7. I'm not blundering anything. Sure, but in a quiet position where nothing much is going on, even the slightest deficiency in the pawn structure tends to be important. If we had an open knight or fight with pieces coming and going and sacrifices, weakness in the pawn structure probably wouldn't matter so much. But in such a quiet position, it's all about pawn structures and everything. So it is important. So white chose a6, knight f1, b5, knight g3. Yes, here, and white should have some advantage. He stabilized the center. This is white's dream in any type of Spanish position or Italian games with bishop c4, to stabilize the center, but he actually never achieves it. But black always put pressure with a knight on c6 and bishop standing there and everything, always counterplay. But here, no one is attacking the center.
Maybe I would be even like lured to this line and taking two bishops and then playing without much
this
risk.
Is very good. Yes, and a4, for example.
But white didn't do it. White allowed the black's dark squared bishop to run away. He played a4, a5, which might be okay.
Okay.
But okay, knight b8 looks very interesting. Original, let's say.
But white is better.
White is much better here. Yes. White is pushing. But
he may enter. He may also play f4 or queen f3 to attack just with pieces, and
also rook e3.
Yes,
well,
exactly.
One day rook e3, rook g3
one
is
day
quite
soon,
dangerous.
I would say. Yes.
One day soon. Yes.
Yes. And black is finding it difficult to develop his pieces. So basically, this setup is actually good for white here with knight f3 and knight bd2. But the problem is this move in particular. Otherwise, everybody would be playing this position.
I would maybe even include, or as an alternative, include g6 into the setup.
Yes.
Maybe black is, I mean here, after c3, maybe g6.
Yes, and this is a Torre opening. Yes, knight f3, knight bd7. Yes, this is playable.
Putting the bishop at least to g7, because black was a bit too passive here, maybe. Not fighting for the center,
this
not
is
fighting
absolutely
the plan on the king side. White is much better here, simply.
Yes, sure.
Okay, let's have a look at the third board, where the Slovak player Sahidis Samir is playing with black pieces against Juxta Karolis.
So we are here, e3, the Rubinstein, so-called Rubinstein variation. There are Rubinstein variations in many different openings.
Which means that the guy did a lot of work on the field of chess theory.
Exactly. Knight, and he's actually one of my very favorite players. Knight e2. In all chess editions, in all sites, everywhere, they write knight g to e2, which is actually, you don't have to write knight g to e2 because only one knight is going to e2.
Yes.
But they're doing it in order not to have to think or program when the knight is pinned, when it is possible. Just write knight g e2 in any case. But this program is probably very advanced, and it writes knight e2, just
Nice.
knight e2. So d5 is a playable possibility and very good. c6 is another way to go, and I will tell you that this is also a very, very interesting third possibility, intending, as always, when you see two knights here, you don't exchange, you go back and play d5. All these moves, three different moves, c6, d5, rook e8, most likely they will lead to similar type of position. So specific theory wouldn't matter so much, but understanding of the position would be more important. Black decided to take. This is also theoretical, yes, but a bit rare. Usually they play bishop e7 or even bishop d6.
Well, I don't like taking, to be honest.
I don't like either, but maybe white knows what he is doing. Bishop d3, bishop a6, queen e2, knight d7, yes, castle.
Well, my feeling is that white's positional task is to avoid the exchange of the light squared bishops. So I would expect to play b3 sooner or later, maybe. Or even before all of that, I would maybe take on d5 very quickly. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm not right.
No, it is playable. You know, rook e8. White can play b3. Maybe white should consider such possibility. Now white is threatening to play here, so
Just
black
push the bishop.
will have to take here. And white wants to develop fast and fix the queen side with b5. But black can probably try such a move.
I would even consider c5 maybe.
c5, playing strictly for equality.
Yes.
This is also possible.
Just because you probably cannot take everything and keep the pawn because the queen is too weak there. So
this is scientific approach. It is heading for clearly for equality, because white
maybe
is
queen a5 as well.
Yes, queen a5 might be even more accurate. Or maybe I can play this.
Oh, queen b4 is a problem. Yes. Sorry.
Or queen c7. But white also has a risk-free game here. Yes, it's
maybe he's got something because there will be play on both flanks and bishop is better than the knight.
Usually I prefer to play with counter-attack.
Okay.
And not even if I lose objectivity at some moment, but I really prefer to do something like this. In case white goes here, he wants definitely to play this next move and get an almost winning position, but black will definitely play e4 himself. But I think white is better here, yes, and bishop b2.
Yes, b4 is fine, I think. b4 should give white some advantage. It's quite difficult to imagine how black can simply equalize here, especially once the bishop comes to b2 and this diagonal opens. This unopposed bishop will pose problems for black in the long run.
And black should do something fast, because when white, if white develops just like that with no counterplay, black will have troubles. It will be even more difficult to break with c5 or e5.
So there is an advantage for white on the third board of the open section under 16 category, and let's have a look at the girls under 16. The first board. On the first board, Vaščuk Patricia is playing Loskutova Victoria, and there is some irregular opening taking place. Or, well, it's a bird opening.
Starting with f4, this is playable opening. I will give advice, in my view, what black should do in order to get an at least equal game after f4. First of all, this is one possibility. White may consider playing e4 or even taking the pawn. But the best move, in my view, objectively, is this. And after here, I know two ways for black to play and get a really very nice game, but he needs to analyze a bit, to work on it a bit. So one way is this move, which is actually very interesting. Now after here, both moves, this and even this, look very good for black. In case of g4, black goes, I think, f6 or something. Anyway, or bishop f5 here. This is, and in case of e3, which is most likely the most common move, intending to play here. Now black should go knight d7, take, and play e5 immediately. before white goes d4. In case of c6, white may consider even d4, but this is quite strong in my view.
And if white takes,
And
then check.
then check and castle long, and this is a playable game. Castle long.
Well, I would consider this to be more or less won by black, but
yes.
perhaps I'm not very objective there.
Yes, the computer doesn't agree with you, but in fact, I also believe that black stands perfectly fine here. In the long run, there is huge compensation for just one pawn. Black cannot win 2 pawns, but just one. I don't remember what is going on after this. Queen e7, I think, is the move. Protecting f7, and he wants to take on
Knight
e5.
will come to
and there is
very quickly.
Very good long-term compensation, and also there is another very good way for black to play. I was very surprised to see this. Knight f6 and simply e6, bishop e7, short castle, and you can check the game, and b5, bishop b7, c5, black immediately got better. You can check the game. I think it was a rapid game, Carlsen-Kramnik. In the end, Carlsen won with white, but he was clearly worse after the opening. I mean, if you do not want to study anything, just play like this. e6, bishop e7, castle, and b5, bishop b7, and c5, knight c6, stuff like that.
But perhaps we shouldn't claim that this is some way of getting an advantage objectively for
I don't
black.
know. You know what? The computer immediately gives that black is better here, and with
okay,
a
but
big
that would mean that this would be a refutation of the Dutch.
Yeah, I don't
With
know.
reverse colors, you would have an extra tempo, and
Yes, and
which is probably not the case. But
not the case. Okay, but there white is slightly better. Here black is slightly better.
okay,
Yes.
so you think that the tempo doesn't mean so much?
Maybe not so much. Anyway, this is an interesting way to go also. The most complicated and fascinating is bishop g4. Black should know what he is doing, otherwise white will get...
Well, black is playing the Dutch, basically.
Yes, the Dutch with the tempo up, and this is interesting and useful. Useful tempo up. c3, usually in these setups, white goes with knight c3 and e3 or d4 anyway, when the black's pawn is on c6. Okay, knight bd2, but what is going on after knight g4 here? Nothing much. Check. Okay, d4. I got this position with reversed colors in a very similar position. I had the white pieces. My opponent played Dutch defense in 1998. I wasn't very convincing, but in the end I won the game. So with some queen b3 checks, you know, white
can
was
black play e5 here? Maybe he can, but it's not necessary, probably.
It's not necessary, yes.
Okay, maybe he can't even.
Uh-huh.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Knight f3, knight d5.
Knight e5.
But it's not necessary.
Not
White
necessary.
simply develops and it's fine. Okay, so black played knight g4, which is
knight b3, and as I like to say, both players have a bad position now. Yes, h6. This is really very strange. A few more moves have been played. Right, e5. Take, knight g5. Check, and bishop takes f1, and we are here.
somehow I don't like the way both players are playing this.
Yes, that's why I say both players have a bad position. Yes.
Yes, this. But okay, we shouldn't judge too strictly.
Absolutely.
Maybe also the tension is taking
high.
its price.
And at the same time, this is way too unclassical for our tastes, maybe, you know, and that's why we both dislike it. I mean, this is very, very strange and non-standard play.
Well, the tournament situation is that white is having 7 out of 8 and black is having 6 out of 8. So Vasyuk Patricia, if she at least draws the game, she gets a lot of chances to get the title. So we will see what happens. But basically, there is a lot of play for black maybe now. I don't know, maybe even e4, but or knight f6. I especially hate this knight on b3.
Yes.
But maybe I just let it out of the cage at the moment. What's going on here?
We have no idea. Also, white may have some ideas with e4 and opening up everything because black is also lagging in development. Yes.
Yeah, I want to develop very quickly with black. Maybe I can take and play knight d5.
Great. I suppose. Oh no, even this is possible. What is going on here? Such an unusual position. Yes. Here, trying to be positional in a very complicated.
I don't know, but I would probably prefer black here.
Yes, me too, but I cannot prove it. I don't know why. Okay.
Maybe I would like to include b6 in order to have this guy safe there. Maybe queen c7.
Yes. Targeting g3. Yes.
Targeting g3.
But then I can do this probably because
okay, check.
And I play bishop g2. My idea is bishop f4, but it's your move.
Yeah, I understand that. I would need some tactical justification now, but I cannot see it. So maybe it's white is okay after knight d6. Okay, so I don't know. To be honest,
it's obviously unclear. Yes,
it's obviously very unclear, and we will see what happens. Let's have a look at the second board where we have a middle game without queens already.
This is very well known line for black, g3, and quite playable. This was very fashionable 2 or 3 years ago. For some reason, black abandoned the variation. I don't think he did it. I think he did it for the wrong reason. That's all I can say for the moment. Take a knight c6. Yes.
You have some opening secrets there.
Yes. To be honest, I made a draw with black. How should I report? How should I say that? I make a draw with black against Magnus Carlsen in this position.
Very good.
Yes, if you can believe. So it has to be good. Knight c3 was chosen. This is supposed to be good, but it's no big deal in my view. Anyway, knight c3, now d5 is the move. This is unusual, different type of play than usual Bogo Indian. Black won't go for this plan with d6 and e5. This is not his intentions. This is his intention, and to take on d4. Bishop g2 is one, let's say, a bit more complicated way to play. This is one possibility, and surprisingly, black's idea here is to do this. He moves the bishop somewhere. I prefer to put it here. Let's say rook ac1, and this is the idea. a6, and the knight goes to a7, and let's suppose we are here. The knight goes to d6 because we have a Carlsbad structure, and in Carlsbad structure it is very well known that the knight belongs here, so he can use c8
yes.
or yes, he can use this square or even this square. And knight d6, I played passively with white so far, and black has a great game in this particular position. Of course,
I have to admit that I have problems to concentrate now because you made a draw with black with Carlsen. That's great. And I made a draw with you in the Blitz game yesterday, which means that I'm also a good player.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So e5, and actually I had just lost because I pushed too much for a win in the previous round. I could have made a draw, and Carlsen has just won a very fine game against Leko. So it was a dead cause. It was absolutely certain that I was going to lose because Carlsen was recovering during the tournament after a not so great performance, and he just won his game. So I was intending maybe not to go at all and play, for example, to lose without play. But finally, at the very last moment, I decided to appear at the board. And
really?
I'm joking. Yes, of course. At least I would provide a small fight. Yes. And then I was lucky enough to escape with a draw. For more, let's say, adventurous souls, there is also this very rare but playable possibility. One should be aware of such ideas, of course. Rook takes c6. So this is a totally playable opening. Let's see what happened. dc4, castle. Knight e5 directly is a different story. It is also playable. Castle, castle. Queen g5, to be honest, I am not aware of this move, but in this position there is not so much room for novelties in my view. Not so much. This is a good thing for black. I mean, if white simply tries this move because he liked it over the board, he won't even get equality. White has
because
to
black took a pawn after all, and one pair of bishop is being exchanged.
Exactly, this is very important that the bishops are exchanged. This is not a typical Catalan. The black's king is always safe. If we put a bishop on c1, then e4, e5, knight g5 and checkmates and stuff, this doesn't happen here. So queen g5, rook d8 and knight d5.
So this is the main line, right?
Yes, but queen g5 I am not aware of this move.
See.
Anyway, knight d5 is not forced. Of course, other possibilities are.
Okay, but it looks fine.
Yes. And black played here. Black now has to try and keep his extra pawn at least for a while. Otherwise, he will end up worse. Yes.
But black seems to actually hold her extra pawn, right?
It seems so. In case of a4, black would again most likely play f6. a4 intending to win a pawn.
Yes.
So e3, white wants to do this maybe. But you know, even if in such a case, I mean, it wouldn't be a great deal. Yes, f6 is logical.
And the position would be
yes.
rather equal anyway.
Yes, let's say black goes here. I mean,
yes.
yes, white is maybe very slightly better or something, but c5, I don't see where the problem is, and take on d4 or
well,
something.
Well, this should mean that after the game continuation, after f6, black is better. Because if white still needs to use some tempi in order to take on c4, then maybe she will not be able to take it anyway.
This move, maybe such a move.
She played knight d5.
Knight d5.
I don't like knight d5.
I don't like either. White should go here most likely.
No,
yes.
b5 probably. That was the idea.
Which move?
b5. Knight d2, b5.
Yes. But after a b5, I can later use this square after a while.
Yes, I think that a more positional approach would be bishop d7, bishop b5, right? Or bishop c6, bishop b5.
Yes.
Well, I don't think that white is okay here.
I agree with you. But we will see what.
Yes, but knight d5 maybe helps white a bit.
White did play knight d2.
Knight d2. Okay, so we can expect b5.
And now
some combination of a4 and knight d4 would
exactly as you said. a4, c6 looks like an only move. Yes. And knight e4.
Okay, black is probably not worse, but positionally...
You can go a5, yes, or the material is reduced, so white cannot be expected to do something really fantastic, let's say, really great.
But the knight on c5 is extremely annoying and gives white at least some hopes for advantage in the future. And Tatiana really needs to win this game. She's having 6.5 out of 8, and she's trying to catch Vasychuk Patricia with 7 out of 8. So if Vasychuk doesn't win on the first board, then we can maybe return for a second to the first board where interesting things are going on, because black played knight f8 and white played e4.
E4, yes. This e4 is quite logical because if black takes, which won't happen, bishop c4 check,
it's very unpleasant.
Yes, very good initiative. So
maybe black can play something like knight e6 now.
I will think about taking a knight c5 because I also don't like this knight, just like you. So take.
But somehow it seems that white gets the upper hand now, right? Maybe.
Unless e4 is working here. This is also one possible.
I'm not afraid very much. Are you? Oh, you want to get all the way to b2?
To take, yes, a few pawns.
Okay, check.
Give check.
Maybe. You're a genius. Yes, this looks quite interesting. But maybe I can just take
c4.
C
takes d4, yes.
And prepare e5 on the next move, which should secure some advantage for white. I think.
Yes, and make sure indicates that I'm not a genius after all. Yes, and that is probably the biggest problem. Okay, very
Disappointment.
complicated game. What can we say? I tend to like white though. I don't know why. I
Yes,
tend
yes.
to like
Perhaps,
white.
perhaps the initiative is coming to white. Okay, let's check the third board where Kratseva Beloslava is playing Juháš Judit, and
This other fashionable line, I think it is called the Romanian variation. This bishop e3. Again, black can go for e5, for c5, or for other more flexible lines. In case of c5, white goes knight f3 and reaches some interesting type of Maroc. This you may remember this game after queen here. Knight d2, this was a very recent game. C takes d4, knight b3, and actually I predicted this novelty many years ago.
again someone stole it from you.
Again, somebody he discovered it also himself.
Okay.
And I even remember telling to one of my students, who is a grandmaster now, that I wish that you lose a game in this way with the white pieces. So queen takes c3 was the move, very famous recent game. Some Indian grandmaster was playing with the black pieces, and he not only got a great position, but he kept on playing really very well, and he won the game against Iranian, if I recall correctly, Iranian genius Alireza Firuzia, this young player who has crossed 2700 rating at such a young age. So, nevertheless, he lost this game with white, if I recall correctly the names. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, obviously, black has huge compensation here,
yes.
and psychological advantage as well. I mean,
Yes.
I believe that no player in the world would go for this position with the white pieces voluntarily. Yes?
It's very difficult to find any job for the queen here because black is very compact. On the other hand, for example, after f takes e3, there are so many targets in white's position that...
And strong squares in the center.
Yes,
The
E5,
pieces tend to
C5.
be preferable than the queen when there are strong pieces in the center accessible for the pieces. Okay. But in the game, e5 was played, d5, similar strategy with this variation which we saw in a previous game here. This is a restrictive strategy by white. Usually black doesn't have an attack against the white king. Also, they play this move here. This is probably the idea of this setup. Knight a6, and black is in time to do this. Knight e2, knight c5, and knight g3. This is also...
The knight is very well placed on
yes,
g3.
on g3, yes. This was another possibility, but white chose knight f3
This
and
is also
g4.
playable,
Yes,
definitely.
absolutely. And here, and I think we have transposed to a, what's the name of this line?
It's a kind of a Krasenkov line, right?
Krasenkov, you would call it. I would call this, what is the name of this? Makagonov variation, yes,
Okay.
by transposition. If somebody wants to study this line for white, I suggest starting with knight f3 and h3, not with bishop e3. I suggest he studies the game of Russian star Evgeny Tomaszewski, who plays this line very well for white.
If you study knight f3 and h3, you can sometimes go bishop g5,
yes,
provoke h6, and only then return to e3
exactly.
and use it as a target.
Absolutely. So knight d c5, a3, bishop here. Black seems to be threatening to play this a4, but this may not be a big deal. Yes, here f5.
I would play for, why not? I don't know.
The problem with this move is that black loses the alternative to go knight a4 forever, but I would also play a4, yes, stabilizing the position. In some cases, when it is possible and not dropping a piece, black, if the queen is missing, black wants to try a move like knight a4, and this is what he loses if he plays a4 himself. This move was chosen, and g5, here f3, and f4. I tend not to like f4. A very typical idea, which I am 1,000,000% sure that you are aware of, is in these type of positions to insert this move.
Petrosian style.
Yes, but most likely white will don't take the rook very fast. He will play a few moves first, and at some moment maybe later take the rook. And of course, after here, white can probably take with the knight on e4. Absolutely, yes. I'm just showing the
Well,
idea.
f4 looks to be strategically flawed because, well, after bishop f2, h6, I don't know, maybe black hoped that she will open the position in her favor, but actually white will now put the king to the queen side and might transpire that it's the black king who is actually having problems here.
Exactly, and the idea might also be the bishop to go to here, not directly because of knight d3 check. So first, white controls also d3 square. She prepares for long castle, and then the bishop will be exchanged here. And after such move, now white may even consider knight takes d5. If the position is getting very sharp, then a knight on d5 may be dangerous. King f7, castle long, and white is obviously better.
I definitely like white here, yes.
Yes, I'm almost certain that this bishop belongs here. Some king b1, most likely to avoid check like this, is a practical move. Check like this, and to avoid standing on this, like even on this diagonal. You see, we feel it. It's a natural move. So if white has the time, he should play, I think, this move, king b1.
Well, basically, if we compare the center, where white is better, and if we compare the king's position, white's king is definitely safer. We have to assume that white has a stable advantage here. So we will see how this goes. Let us move to the oldest category, Open Under 18, where the Czech player Nguyen Taiwan is playing Carl Frederick for the victory in the tournament, because both these guys have 6.5 out of 8.
A very
the
topical
one
line
who
in
wins
the green field.
will win the title. Yes.
So finally, Nguyen won yesterday's game. We left it somewhere in the middle game or end game, you could call it, when he had an advantage against Haram Hakobian. Yes, and in the end he won. He managed to win. Yes. So c5 92. This has always been considered an important line against the green field. d6, many other moves are playable as well. Queen c7, for example, c takes d4.
Or bishop g4 even.
So queen d2. Let's have a look here.
But white can claim a small advantage here.
Yes,
can't
yes.
Here.
White is stronger in the center. He may create a passed pawn, a central passed pawn, but black has good counterplay and also a long-term advantages, just like pushing the pawns on the 2 against 1 on the queen side. This is an interesting move because a6 would cause weaknesses, and actually maybe losing a pawn directly to bishop takes c6 and d5 or something. Or but white can even consider such a move, play something like this, and this a6 b5.
And be happy with.
Yes, too many weaknesses and holes. So queen d6, d5 here. Here bishop e2. In my view, both players in the green field, and especially black, should have a very deep knowledge of theory, of plans and specific moves. I mean, black should have reached this position with 1 hour and 15 minutes on the clock, in my view, especially when you play the green field, which is very ambitious opening, but requires very concrete knowledge. If you play Nimzo-Indian, you don't have to know every of these
Well, but the problem with the green field is that white is having so many interesting and dangerous possibilities. So you have to know deep, but you have also to have a wide knowledge.
Exactly. But in reality, this is the only problem of the green field. Yes. Other than that, green field is really great. Really
green field is at the same time very ambitious and objectively good, which is very good. Okay, black played a6 because knight b5 was maybe a threat. And actually, I like the way both players played. Interestingly enough, white waits with the rook on f1, probably hoping that after some exchange on c1, he will spare the move rook fd1. But on the other hand, now I cannot see a a better move than a rook fd1, so
Yes,
maybe
yes.
he will just play it.
I cannot also see how white should continue here. I mean, what to do exactly. Does such a move have any meaning? I don't know. Probably not. Black
I
can
would just retreat and
yes
and
to
and
a8, you mean?
and to a8 and then or maybe even to e5.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
the
it's-
stability of white center is questionable after that. I don't know. I mean, black has got some funny pieces, and also these two pawns are a bit vulnerable, but there is no direct way how to make use of it just now. Maybe after rook fd1, black can take and play e6 very quickly. That is a bit dangerous, isn't it?
Yes, because if such a move, bishop takes d4 check, is winning immediately, most likely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. So what to do here? Can white take on e6? Look, then simply f takes e6. I don't like bishop takes d4 though,
Why?
because I take with the queen, and I take with the bishop, and I play e7 and I win.
Very nice.
Yes, because bishop c6, rook takes c6.
Very
But
nice.
this, fascinating move. But after f takes e6, there is pressure. Black is standing quite well actually.
Maybe I can return to d1, but
d1.
but still, it's difficult to imagine that white is better here. Or maybe not.
Black can try such moves, queen here or something. Yes.
Queen a3 is a nice
Queen
one.
a3, yes.
Yes, no, this is quite fine for. Even can I go? No, okay. No, black is fine probably. So white got the tempo now, but he needs to stabilize his center somehow, which is not easy to do.
And the way white has put his pieces, they are. It has, of course, some logic. All the pieces are in the center, but at the same time, there is no easy way to push the majority. f4 and e5 seem to be very slow. Yes.
So white played rook fd1. Maybe white's plan might be to take with the queen on c1 after rook
yes,
takes
of
c1,
course,
but then
of
rook
course.
c8 and knight c4 is coming. So
Let's have a look here. And or take with the rook, and after e6 there are also other possibilities.
okay, so
like,
let's check it.
this looks normal. e6 connected with some sacrifice. For example, f4 you take and I go e5. This is maybe a bit too much. Or bishop g5. I can insert bishop g5 first.
But somehow it's difficult for me to believe that white can just, get e6 and claim advantage or something.
Okay, I will. This looks random. If I want to play f4, and when you take, I want to play e5. But maybe I should insert this rook d7 if this is your intention, and then I go f4. But somehow this bishop on g5 may end up out of play.
Okay, maybe even keep it simple and play rook c8 here, because the knight is still hanging.
And my play is a bit pointless, I guess. Yes.
The bishop is so good on e3 that I probably wouldn't move it.
Okay, let's say I do this. Yes.
Okay, so I take.
And
This also wins the c4 square for black.
yes,
knight.
absolutely. And I play e5. What else?
e5, and now just something calm. Or maybe not so calm. Maybe I can go queen a3 as well, just to try to harass you a bit. Maybe not. Maybe now you
To
would
d7,
play,
maybe.
Yes, rook c7. So let's play queen e7.
Or yes. Okay.
But knight c4 is coming.
Yes, yes. And you may want to make it work together with knight with the queen on d7 to have some light square
Yes.
control.
Okay. Let's put it on d7. No problem. Somehow I feel that black outplayed white in
Yes.
this position.
Black will definitely play this next move no matter what, in almost
Yes.
any case.
And opening the long diagonal for Frederick would be quite an achievement.
So maybe white should take here with the queen after all. What can we say? After rook takes c1.
Queen takes.
Because now at least e6 is out of
Yes,
the
and now
way.
this one. But again, there are some problems with.
Can
maybe
I
bunking
play
on
knight
c6?
c6 now? Yes, this is
knight
critical.
c6. Now everything is hanging, but at least white got.
So let's see here. I take,
take,
and bishop takes.
a6.
Yes, if I take like this is checkmate. Oh no, this is not checkmate. This is actually not checkmate, because rook
There's
d8,
rook
bishop
c8 at the
f8.
end, yes. But okay, I can be tricky. I can go check, bishop f8 and rook b8, for example.
This, or you can even go an even better way if I'm right, is rook d7 first. I think this is winning immediately
yes,
very fast.
That's a wonderful move actually.
Yes. And next
and you
move
are a
is
genius after all.
rook d8 check is coming next.
Yes. So bishop c8, rook d8, and this is winning immediately. So black should definitely take with the bishop there. But after that, can white hope for some kind of a small advantage here? Rook a8. Bishop b6 is not working because then I don't get to h6 anymore, but bishop c4, perhaps b5, bishop b3. But this should be more or less equal, but still white's bishops look a bit better than black's. But most likely there is some way for black to equalize.
I agree.
But this is an interesting way how to play. After queen takes c1, does black have anything better? Because the knight looks to be a bit funny on c6. Can I, for example, take with the knight and then with the rook? Just takes. Now with the rook. Maybe this just wins a pawn.
Yes. I was thinking about this move for a while. This looks fascinating. Trying to equalize this time, because queen takes d1 is a simple way to go. But queen takes, yes, rook check, black is better. Bishop f8.
Bishop h6, and I can give a check.
Queen c8, or this and or queen
and
c8
e6.
directly.
Yes. Oh, queen c8 directly, yes.
Yes, and black is a pawn up, actually.
Yes. So we will see what happens on the first board, but it seems that black is completely okay, and maybe it's white who has to solve some not so trivial tasks. On the second board angle, Luis is playing Salem Gareev Tagir. Both players have 6 out of 8.
Aliehin defense, knight f3, take, c6. In my view, this is slightly passive opening for black, but okay, it's a matter of choice. Here, I mean, white can afford to do many things. Even if I lose a tempo and just go here, I still prefer white's position. I mean, white is still slightly better. Bishop take, I can take with the knight, I can take with the queen. Look, I lost a few tempi. And again, I castle c4, and again white is standing very well. I mean, slightly better.
This is important, perhaps, that white should keep the possibility of c2, c4. That's why white is not going bishop c4, but just bishop e2 there.
Exactly. So, castle short, knight d7. Knight f3 is the typical way to go.
Just to keep as many pieces possible.
Exactly, and because this knight will definitely need to be moved again at some moment. e6, c4. Yes. Okay. h3.
White is enjoying
yes,
nice
but I
game.
wonder why he won't do this. I would have played this. I mean, this rook e1 looks a little bit careless to me. This.
Yes, because after queen b6, it's a bit difficult how to. Well, yes, rook e1 is strange because now
yes.
white was forced to play b3 and still not developed.
These are unnecessary mistakes. Yes, this I mean, inaccurate moves for absolutely no reason. I suppose that after this, white was, let's say, afraid of such a move, which is playable, but just play and develop your pieces. I don't know. To be honest, I don't like bishop f4 so much. I would have put it on e3. But anyway, here, yes. Now black has counterplay. Knight d4 here. Let's check. Rook a d1. This is a normal move. Let me indicate once again. In this position, white should very fast calculate for a while, for a few, 1 or 2 minutes at most, such a move. Realize that there is nothing much going on, or such a move, and then play rook a d1. Some players, more practical, would have played rook a d1 immediately.
And think later.
Exactly, but it's unnecessary to think 20 minutes for such a move. I see this many times, and this is a very bad habit. So a6, and this is a move that I was not expecting.
We would probably expect bishop f3 instead or something.
Yes, bishop f3. Black just played a6, just like in the Najdorf, to secure this square for his queen. This is obviously the idea.
So white probably wants to take on e6 no matter what.
Yes, this looks interesting, because white wants to sacrifice. Black did play this.
Why didn't he take on g4? I would be tempted to take.
And then this is the threat.
I see. So the problem is that the d7 knight is very vulnerable now. Okay, so this is a very interesting way how to play this.
But now how about bishop takes e6? This looks quite interesting, because if we get an endgame, rook and pawns tend to be better than two minor pieces, especially when the two minor pieces are knight and bishops and knight and bishop, and not the pair of bishops.
Yes? Or even two knights.
Yes,
which is the worst scenario for black.
I suppose that this is not winning for white or anything, because, okay, even this might be one possibility for a reserve, but here, or what? Some rook e7 is coming, and we are going to be tortured with calculation once again.
Poor us.
But I don't think this is good for white. This is very, very risky. For example, I can even do this.
Rook e7.
And king f8. I win the game with the king of all pieces. Unless you go queen b4, I lose the game with the king of all pieces.
For example, a5, rook e8 is a very nice mate.
Yes, so king f8. I probably found the only way to lose the game immediately. Anyway, this bishop, he did take with the bishop. This is what I was intending to indicate.
Okay, so let's play that.
Let's just suppose that this is not working, which is most likely the case.
It's and the history anyway, so
yes,
white took the bishop.
Which positionally is very good. Here, first of all, he retains the initiative, which is also important. Let's say black goes here, this looks normal, take, and probably rook takes. And now I would examine two moves for white, either rook e7 or queen d6, because it is desirable for white to exchange pieces.
I would love to exchange the rooks. I would play queen d6 probably, just to be sure that white exchanges the pieces.
And there are no strong, it is once again important, pieces, minor pieces need strong squares, preferably in the center. There is no strong square for black here. e4 is not a strong square, and e5 is not a strong square. There is absolutely, I mean, theoretically, yes, d4 is a strong square, but nobody can get there. It's not enough that there are strong squares. They should be able to be occupied by the black pieces. And so, what is better here?
Well, the small consolation for black is that there are not connected passed pawns on white side, but still black is probably much worse.
Yes, and in that case, white would very much like to exchange once again, let's say, one pair of rooks, because this way black won't have piece coordination in order to create a real counterplay. And also, when the material is reduced, white is quite ready to enter the game with his king. While if there are rooks on the board, this is going to be more difficult.
So this is quite interesting, actually. Engel did several moves which were quite extraordinary, right? Bishop g4, or even this b3, keeping the rook e1 b3, keeping the knight on b1, and still he was able to get some advantage there. So quite interesting way how he played it.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's have a look at the third board, where Gumlar Simon is already playing an endgame against Murzin Volodar. Both players have 6 out of 8.
So we are here, and c5. Always, many years ago, white used to play such moves, very passive moves. But the idea, as we said, of this system of the, in the Caro-Kann, knight f3 and everything, is for white to play at the opening very actively and not count pawns. This is the only way this opening is dangerous. If white starts going like this and just developing the pieces, let's give an example, with no obvious plan, he will end up worse, not even equal. For example, in such a position,
because black got a tremendous way of playing the French defense.
Exactly, this bishop is outside the pawn chain, and a very easy play for black. So white has to do something, and his plan is most of the times connected with the move c2 to c4. So he played here, knight e to c6, take. Yes, this is what white is supposed to do. Create some concrete problems and some attacks and everything.
Basically, white's play is justified by the fact that this bishop is away from this a4 e8 diagonal, and white should tactically try to make use of this.
Exactly, and also of the fact that the black opens the center, and he's at the moment still lagging in development, which may indicate that white can get some tactical or even positional opportunities. Black took here. I do not know. Of course, specific knowledge is also required. I don't know really what is going on here. Queen d5. Let's play the moves a bit faster.
Some interesting tactics going on.
Take, exchange queens, and knight e5. Strategically, black stands fine, but white has a bit more active rooks. Let's see what happens. Take, and g5 is a very interesting move. g5, very interesting move. The idea is to create square for the king, to start pushing all these pawns, and of course this move may come in very handy at any moment, this g5.
Well, I think that maybe black wants to play g4 and then return with the bishop to the queen
e4,
side.
Yes, and maybe to d5, absolutely.
Yes, that would give him a lot of play, so I'm not entirely sure who is better here.
This pawn is hanging, this can be annoying. White would ideally prefer to put it here and not here, to start pushing the pawns, but on this square the pawn is still hanging. For example, here, let's say g4, here, this move.
Knight d6, rook b4, why not?
Rook b4, of course, rook b4, and there is enough space for the king. If check, king g7, knight e8 check is totally wrong.
Yeah, king g6, black still is alive.
And here, actually, in such a position, black is better. This pawn is very slow. This g5, g4 is very instructive idea. Black has space for the king and very active pieces, and black is clearly better.
And the knight on e5 is very stable.
Yes, this a pawn seems to be very slow. So I really like this g5. It shows good class. b3 was chosen in order not to blunder these pawns.
Yes. Now probably g4 can be expected. Bishop e2. And now the knight comes After bishop e4, the knight comes somewhere to d6 or c5, and white gets the a7 pawn. So maybe we should wait with this move.
Black
Maybe
can
we can weaken the position
yes,
of
of course, of course.
white
This
pawns
is
first.
this is very clever, of course. This is very clever.
What would whites do? Difficult to say, right?
Let's suppose that I do this, because now the pawn will be protected.
Maybe black can just try to go for some counterplay. Bishop e4, knight c5, right? Now bishop d5, b4, a5, something. Not sure whether it is working, but maybe it's not working.
Maybe it's a little bit risky.
Well, too
but
much.
yes, but in such a position, black can even strengthen his own, play some useful moves like this here, h4, because
That's
also
correct, actually,
white,
yes.
if white starts moving, then bishop b1, for example, or h5, or some accurate moves, king here, improve the position of the
Okay,
king.
but let's analyze for a second. After h5,
Sure.
h5, knight c5, for example.
Now I want probably to go to d8 now, or after I play a5. Let's say first I play.
Okay, rook a7.
This also might be one possibility.
Yes, but I will play it after rook d8.
Yes, and now either knight c6, where you will go rook a6, obviously, or let's say I try to counter attack.
Okay, e4.
You do it now. Yes, I go here.
Take on a5.
Take on a5. I come here, and maybe there is not enough. Yes.
Yes, I feel fine with white here.
Yes, you're right.
An extremely interesting endgame.
Yes,
I
sure.
absolutely don't know what is going on.
There is always this possibility, of course. I think king f1 is the move, yes? No, I'm not sure. Black should probably choose the correct strengthening moves here somehow, but I don't know which are these moves.
But the exchange on f3 is probably bad, right? It would give white some extra space for his king, and also the knight on c5 could be a dominating piece. I don't like that one.
Yes, for the moment black has an inactive rook. That is his problem, obviously. And he may want to improve his position on the king side, start pushing pawns, and see what happens. I still don't believe that white is better, though. I don't believe it. I believe this is equal. I cannot prove it, but with counterplay for black.
Okay, let us move on. Let us move on to the category girls under 18, where Badelka Olga is the leader, and she's playing gold Tseva Ekaterina with white pieces on the first board and enjoying a stable advantage, probably.
So here, this is some line of the Catalan. e4. I have the feeling that in this position, maybe, okay, e4 is playable. Maybe this is a good move, or even queen b3. I would probably play queen b3, intending going for a fast rook d1. I remember in a similar situation in the Olympiad in Turin 2006, Kramnik played, it was not this position, but it was a bit similar. Kramnik played this queen b3 move and some knight f5 stuff against Naidic, if I remember correctly, because that is so many years before. Anyway, this is the problem with this move is that obviously the bishop on g2 is closed now. Take b takes. This might be interesting, intending to come here. Yes, this is once again a matter of calculation. White goes here.
Interesting, and at the same time strategically extremely risky, because once this doesn't work, then black is simply much worse.
Exactly. This looks a bit slow, but what is best? I don't know. It takes a lot of calculation. For example, after bishop a6, white's idea is obviously to do
Look, d1 and
this
a3.
and a3. Yes.
Maybe queen c8 or something.
But this looks fine. Even such a move may be taken into account. Bishop f1.
Maybe yes, or bishop e3 or something.
Yes, this is the most natural move.
No, honestly, I don't like bit takes c6. I think that knight takes c6 should give a normal game to black, right?
This, yes.
But okay, bit takes c6 was maybe overly optimistic, and it seems to me that white simply pushed black active pieces away, and she just enjoys a great advantage here.
So I suppose black cannot take on e5 because of bishop f4, and then white will take on c6.
in
yes?
some way, yes.
Yes, but at some moment black has to do something more drastic, otherwise she will lose the game without a fight.
Well, basically, white's advantage is overwhelming. The only thing white should avoid is letting the d7 knight to get to d5 very quickly. For example, something like this could improve black's life a little bit. Or not? Who knows?
Yes, and if I take with a bishop, you take with the e pawn most likely. Yes,
and
obviously.
just try to survive the opposite colored bishop. So maybe white shouldn't take now on b6 and just go away with the queen c3 or something. Maybe not. Maybe then c5. I'm not sure.
Maybe it's not very clear. Such a move may be taken into account, or after queen c3. First queen c3. Now
Okay,
what?
c5.
If knight, yes, c5. And actually, I played a maybe similar position against Keti in Blitz games 1 or 2 rounds ago. If I do this, black may even consider just moving the rook, yes?
Maybe it's not entirely clear.
It's not so bad for. Can white go queen e4 here? Again, nothing special.
Just to stop c5. Oh, maybe
Bishop e3 or
maybe
bishop e5.
White should take after all and just play bishop
e3 and bishop c5 is good. Yes.
Yes, and after taking just bishop c5 and play this position, and even take in the future, keeping a stable advantage probably. I don't know. Okay, but Badalka Olga is doing her best in order to win the tournament. But
she played queen c3 here, by the way.
She played queen c3. Okay, so we can take one more look at the position after c5. To c5, she needs to prove that. Okay, if I take, for example, she needs to prove that she can get into black's fortress, probably by the means of attacking c5 sooner or later. Maybe she can also organize something on the king's side, but that's a bit slow. We will see. Well, so Badalka is having 7 out of 8, but Slivicka Alicia is also having 7 out of 8, so the girls are fighting for the title on the first 2 boards, and it's white to move there.
A topical line of the Caro-Kann. Yes, this is well-known theory. Take, knight f6 and queen d5 is supposed to be the best. After c4, black goes queen e4 check. So this move intending go g4, and this interesting possibility provoking c4 in order to go for b5. For example, after c4, black would most likely give this check, and now either play this directly. This is always dangerous because of g4. Either play this directly or play b5 first. And whenever white goes here, black wants to exchange the queens.
The dream scenario for black would be something like c5, knight d5.
Exactly. Yes, or queen e4 first.
Yes, and this fantastic knight secures good play for black.
Anyway, this move was chosen.
Is this a theory?
This is still theory, yes?
I don't know. Is it?
This queen b5 idea I remember in some game of Kirill Georgiev with the black pieces, which I think he won convincingly, and I don't like that white exchanged here. I think black has a good game here. Maybe it's not specific theory, but it is well-established ideas and plans. I like this move because to keep an eye on this dangerous knight at any moment, be able to remove it. Here.
But black is playing here, now black played knight e7, and she's playing here and there with this f6 knight. She went to e4, then back to f6, then to d5, now to e7, which means that maybe she's a bit afraid, or too afraid, of white's play on the king side, but who knows.
Let's say I'm not afraid of it and I try this. White will go, this may end up out of play after king f7. Maybe this is simpler, intending of course g5. And I think I gave a clear target for white, yes? Here. Rook g8. I mean, black also has some positional gains here, some strong squares and everything, but maybe I gave too much initiative. Knight e7, but what can white do?
Oh, g5.
G5. Let's say I take here first. No, you take with the f pawn. Even this might be possible. I take here.
Okay, rook takes. Rook takes, yes.
Most likely. And I go.
No, f6 is a threat, of course.
Yes, now I'm threatening f6.
But
yes.
okay, h6.
h6. If f6, rook takes, obviously
G7,
rook takes g7,
yes,
some checkmate,
wins.
yes.
So g6. And perhaps black is pretty solid. Just taking isn't enough. Black can go to f7 or even to h7, or maybe rook f7 is. And with this bishop, which is just buried behind the pawns, white cannot hope for just winning there on the king side. So maybe knight e7 is fine, and it's quite problematic for white to find out the way how to proceed.
You know, I will try some risky line now with f5.
I was checking this one, but maybe bishop takes e5, and then he takes f5.
And then I want to play, obviously, this move, yes?
Yes, and now and I take with the bishop. So I was too quick with this. I should perhaps after f5. Oh, f5 is interesting, yes.
If you take directly, probably I will play g5 anyway.
Okay, and after f5 is good. Maybe this is how white should proceed. Takes g5. Yes, I like this one. Perhaps it gives white much more play.
But of course here black doesn't have to take and open the G line. There are other possibilities like this one.
Okay, knight g6.
Then I take here and
H takes, so something H takes, let's say. Oh, although there might be a target on f5 in some long run. Okay, f takes.
F takes, and I really don't like this position for black so much
because
in the very long run these pawns are on g6 are very powerful. Don't know.
We will see. We will see. Now, perhaps after having the look at the oldest categories, we will have a short break, and we'll come again in some minutes and have a look at the youngest categories, under 8 and under 10. So stay tuned, and we will be back in a few minutes.
He's from Turkey, and here we have his trainer. Please tell us your name.
Of course. My name is Ferhat Kuru. We come from Turkey. We play
And you will help us now to communicate.
I'll try.
Okay, my first question is, of course, about the feelings. How does he feel? Is he happy? Is he excited? Or maybe he's tired of after this tournament?
Öncelikle hislerin nedir? Yorgun mu hissediyorsun? Mutlu musun? Şaşkın mısın? Ne hissediyorsun?
Mutluyum.
Başka?
Yani çok mutluyum.
Şampiyonluk çok
Şampiyon olmak için çok çalıştım.
hediye ediyorsun belki.
Bayram hediyesi oldu.
He said that, of course, I'm so happy and I try to champion and we want it so much. And maybe you know, it's important day today and 2 days later it's Bayram for us, for our Muslim world. And he said that I give this championship to all Muslims and Turkish
That's
citizens.
very, very, very nice. And now let's tell us a little bit about yourself. He's probably 7 years old. 8 years old. I wonder when he started to play chess and what made him attractive to start to play chess.
Nasıl oldu satranca başlaman? Nereden satranç ilgin oldu?
Anaokulunda satranca başladım. 6 yaşında başladım yani. 2 yıldır profesyonel oynuyorum.
I started to play and tried training chess in 6 years old, and in 2 years I playing as a professional. He said.
Wow, 2 years and he's a
also-
champion.
Yeah, he's also 2 times age group Turkey champion in Turkey, and it's first international tournament for him.
I wonder if he plans also to become a world champion. That might be the next step for him, right?
İnşallah. Dünya şampiyonu olmak ister misin? Bununla ilgili bir hayalin var mı? Nedir ilerikiyle ilgili hayalin?
Evet, çok çalışıp gene dünya şampiyonu olmaya çalışıyorum.
Carlsen'e söyleyeceğim bir şey var mı burada? Marcus Carlsen'le ilgili.
Büyüyünce onu geçmeyi düşünüyorum.
Yes. Magnus Carlsen is my biggest opponent and my 9 points per 10 for tournament hardest level.
Yeah, that's
And now we are so happy, of course. Yes.
Is there were some opponent that you were most of the scared of to play?
Yes. Maybe every tour we scare and we try to make some openings and and also we try to make some psychological details to ready to play because they are good player, yes, of course, but they are just child, so they have some barriers about psychological, and we try to pass them and manage it.
So how the things gonna be work now? He's a champion. This is a fact. That's the title. But I am sure that you will not stop in here. What is the next?
We have several championships in the plan, but we will continue to work as normal. We try to study 3 times a week, and we will do it same, and maybe some much harder.
Can you tell me what is your favorite opening?
En sevdiğin açılış hangisi söyler misiniz diyor.
Sicilya.
Sicilya.
Sicilian, as I heard, right? The guy likes aggressive style, I guess.
Atak satrancı seviyorsun galiba diyor. Uzun konuş biraz.
Evet.
Birazcık cümle kur. Olabildiğince atak oynamaya çalışıyorum mesela.
Aynen. Olabildiğince atakla oynamaya çalışıyorum. Siyahla ederken biraz da savunuyorum yani.
He said, yes, I want to try play attack as much as I can. Black or white, it doesn't matter, he said.
Very, very nice and very good strategy at this age. Why not, right?
Yes,
Attack
of
the king and
Should be.
mate.
This age and this level should be try to play attacked, and then maybe next level could be some more slow, but now, yes, we have to do it.
As always, Turkish Federation sends a lot of kids, children to youth chess championships. I remember this from my childhood too, and I see a lot of children with the T-shirt of national. Do you have another chances in other categories? And my final question would be also, how would you celebrate this title today?
Yeah. We have some plans about this, but I don't want to say now. And also maybe again 8 years old category, but in girls. The other player Ela Aslan, that she was Turkey champion last month. Maybe she's second or 13 now, second or 3.
She's waiting for the other boards to
Yes,
finish.
We don't know. We just exactly know is Madal. We will wait for her, but and the other age categories, as I know, we didn't play so good this tournament. We can say it could be
Everything-
better for us for Turkish Chess Federation.
The World Championship is ahead, and I wish all of course, very, very good luck and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Hey, you're a champion!
Teşekkür ederim. Elinize-
Very, very sweet guy. We will come back shortly with the commentators of the other games. Thousands of colors, pretty dresses, teddy bears on the board, and of course national t-shirts. Today we're gonna discuss about fashion here at European Youth Chess Championship in Bratislava. What does your t-shirt says?
Do not ever give up. This is my motto.
I have seen that. I think it is rook takes h7.
welcome back. It was a very short break actually, and we just interviewed a young champion. His name is Khan, and he's a champion under 8 categories.
Okay,
Very
very
sweet
nice.
guy, a little bit shy, but that's must be a very normal thing because of the
course.
situation.
I have noticed, and we even mentioned it a few rounds earlier, that actually many young kids from Turkey are becoming very good chess players. They play much higher than their rating. They win medals and trophies and everything, and their play is quite mature for their young age, which indicates that, let's say, they are doing something right over there in chess.
That's right. I also experienced that on for myself because I played a couple of tournaments in Turkey, and this is not easy business.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm suffering, I think, for
You see a player with 1900, and then in the next few months he has 22 or 2300.
Yes. That's a very usual thing already. Not something unusual anymore.
Yes.
So we have the champion under 8 categories. We also have a champion under 10 categories, open categories. This is Sava Setokhin? Yes. With 8 points, he just made draw. On the first board, shared the points with other chess player, and probably he will be the second one with 7.5 points. And for now, we're looking forward to see the boards. Let's see, some of the games are already finished, and we're hoping to find the ones which are still in progress. This is girls under 10 first board. We have here Schuchman Anna playing to... that's too far for me. It just went too far. So what is the situation in here? Anna has 7.5 points, and her tiebreaks is tiebreak performance is 34 points. And you know what? She needs not only win, but draw is okay for her as well.
You mean the player with the white pieces?
White pieces. She needs draw or win, and she will be a champion.
Yes, but
lose. If she loses, then the other player has.
But if I can,
Anastasia has 6.5 points, and her tie breaks is much higher.
But if I can see correctly, White has a queen for a rook, which means she has a totally winning game as long as she doesn't blunder checkmate, which I don't think she will in such a crucial game. Yes.
But everything is possible, and I have seen situations when they did at this age.
Yes, I have also seen, but the level of these kids is already quite high for their age, and I don't think we'll have an upset here.
No, there is a pawn on b2, covers the file, and itself the pawn is supported by the queen.
So. All White needs to do is to eliminate with some queen f5 check, to eliminate, or just queen f5 here, pinning the rook, eliminating h3 pawn, and then the king is not getting mated, and the game is over. There's
one chance to also take a rook and to win this pawn end game, right?
Yes, of course. But let's say it's a bit unnecessary. We can see the uncertainty of White's
She's very
movement.
careful.
Yes, very careful not to blunder anything. This is not a moment for such mistakes. Definitely not a moment. Of course, White can even play king f1 and
or
go out
with or f3, anything.
Yes.
Too many possibilities here for White to become a champion, and she's so close to it, right?
Yes.
But I really like her attitude to play so carefully at this moment, even at the age of 10.
And what is the time there on the clock? Is it 1 hour and 24 minutes?
1 hour 24 minutes for White, and for Black less than 40 minutes.
Okay. These games, kids in so young ages tend to play faster.
Yes.
And the games tend to be decided much earlier.
Yes. And as I know, lots of games already finished, and there are 8 categories of the boards. So now we're waiting for the results. And if we have a chance to look to the other games, of course we're gonna look at too.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. What's happening in upper categories under 18 girls? It's very interesting because
Yes,
two
yes,
players have
yes,
equal
uh-huh,
chances.
uh-huh.
Even their tie breaks are similar.
Yes. What is the first tie-break criteria in this tournament?
It's a Bugalt.
Are you
First
sure?
they have first they have
I think it's the game that the players have played between each other, the result of their own game. I'm not 100% sure because I was never, to be honest, good at these tie breaks and criteria and everything. I'm not sure 100%. I think it's the result between the two players. If the two players have equal points, then the player who won in between game, if there is a winner, he advances. I mean, he wins.
That criteria is one of them, but I think it's a little bit after Bugalt. I think so. For this, of course, we need to ask for chief arbiter. But as I remember, I just asked it yesterday, and he explained that if two players they have not played each other, which is very unusual for this. At least they were going to play at the last round. Then something going to change. But if they played to each other, then it's going to be first Bugalt, and then lots of criteria. You know, who wins more, who won with black faces more, and so on and so on. And one of them are the personal results too.
It has to be known that in every tournament, the tie breaks are not the criteria are not the same, and they're not even in the same let's say in the same line.
Order,
yes, in the same
yes.
order. Exactly,
Yes,
exactly.
yes,
They are
yes.
different, and
yeah, it's very obvious because the tournament formats are different.
Exactly,
And,
yes.
Of course, everyone tries to be chess more fair game, right?
yes, exactly. The idea is to make it as fair as possible.
Yes.
One can say it cannot be 100% fair. I mean, but it's not possible that every player will play with every other player because such a tournament would last maybe 3 years. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Myself, I had experience of this effect, both effect. The one which ended very good for me, it was with Progress. It used to be Progress.
Yes,
very,
I remember
very,
for many years.
popular,
For
very
many
popular.
years, yes.
And what happened? We played Youth Championship, World Youth Championship, and in the last round, two players had the same points. This is a very famous Russian chess player, Olga Giria, who were sharing the points, and unlucky for her, her first round opponent did not show up. My opponent showed up and I won the game, and after we had the same scores, but in the end, because of the Progress, I got the title, she got the second place. So it was something unpleasant. And this rule changed. And later there was some same with the same person, because we were playing in the same category. It was about the Bugalt's changes that at this time it was opposite. It was bad for me because I thought I was champion. I had more 2 points, but at the last round everything happens, and many boards should be on your side, and seems like it was not my lucky tournament. But
no criteria can be, to be honest, 100% fair, but there has to be some choice. They cannot just go and play tie-break games, I mean, the whole time, because this is completely impractical.
It's very impractical. It's also very stressful, I think. Very stressful. Here on the board we have, on the screen we have fourth board, girls under 10. If we might say the position.
But we don't get enough information this way.
Yeah, queens on the board. We know there are queens on the board.
Now let us check. So, as every experienced player, first we count pawns and pieces.
Yes. Not on the table, but on the board, right?
Exactly, because on the table you may have, I don't know,
lots of pawns and your queen is missing.
Yes, or you may have, one chocolate, one lighter and one pencil. So I have a chocolate, a lighter and a pencil for 2 pawns, for example. It may get very confusing, yes? That's why we count from what is inside the board.
Yeah, Yes, exactly. So here we have a rook endgame, and we have two extra pawns. One extra
No,
pawn for black.
yes, black is one extra pawn, but he has, of course, weaknesses. Anyway, rook endgames tend to be quite drawish, and white intends correctly to put the rook on e5
Supporting e6 pawn, which is
and
very
putting
dangerous.
and putting pressure on e4 pawn at the same time.
Yes. Even if white goes here to take the c pawns and then a pawn, that would also guarantee at least draw.
At least draw, but I don't think white is actually going to win here. The king is out of play. Black will most likely choose a move like king g7. This is or king g8. This is the most natural. King g7, rook e5, for example. If rook c5, black can always go rook d6. So king g7, rook e5, king f8, e7 check, king e8,
Yeah,
and some rook e6 or something, and quite soon many pawns will disappear, and the
Yes.
most likely result is a draw. I would say that black may have just a few chances, not white, but black may
Black
have
might.
just a few chances.
Yes, because of first of all the material advantage.
Yes,
and
yes,
also
yes. And secondly, white's
structure.
king doesn't take active part in the game. If white had a king somewhere on
Of
F4
F4,
or
yes.
something, then we will be talking differently. But white's
will
king
take
is
a lot of time
yes,
to
yes.
bring
It's white's king is irrelevant for the moment. So.
Yeah. If we have a chance, we might move to the other boards if they are still playing first board. So we would like to know who are the champions. But meanwhile, let's give some time to our camera guy to move, because there are lots of boards
Absolutely.
here and a very big venue. So he needs some time to move, and we can check girls under 18. Here we have first board. White wins needs here to win for the title.
And it's black to move after rook d1. Black will most likely take d6 pawn. Black
will have an extra pawn here.
yes, in reality something really went wrong for white, because just a few moves before, white was better. Anyway, even here things are far from simple. White may want to play this and some bishop f4 ideas, and c5 is under attack, but black is already a pawn up, which means black may choose, may have one or two ways to return the pawn. Pawn, as they say, is like money in the bank. You get it, but it most likely is not going to be forever. You may offer it back in order to gain other positional or tactical gains.
You have very nice advices all the time. in this
Yes, yes. My advice is have pawns up and have even money in the bank. Yes, that's my advice.
Very good, very good.
So I would probably play here a move like knight f6. You see, I'm ready to sacrifice this pawn, but coordinate my pieces, and at the same time, I'm not losing material, because I was clever enough to grab a pawn a few moves before.
Yeah.
I think white should play this. I don't see any. First of all,
Rook
it's
d6
black to
looks,
move. Yes.
Yeah, looks very natural here to take one extra pawn.
Yes.
Why
Is there,
not?
Is there any other possibility? Maybe some other possibility is to take here, and this is what black is calculating, followed by such a move, and later, surround this pawn and maybe eliminate it. Just a few moves before, it was obvious that white had some advantage, small or big, but something went wrong. The position got out of hand a
very
bit.
tough moment.
Absolutely.
Because this is the last game, nothing is decided here. For her, I think that's very important to get the champion's title, because her rating is quite overrated for this event. Her rating is 2,400. Only woman grandmaster in this event, and definitely she needs the title. And it's always like that sometimes being vice champion means not so much, right?
Yes, yes. And you know what they say, in every tournament everybody remembers the first one and the last one. You know, the winner and the first place and the last place. Yes, nobody will quote for number 3. This is not. This is just a joke. I mean, of course, second or third in Europe or even fifth is a huge achievement. Yes, you are one of the best. Of the very best.
Yes, but we're now talking about very experienced master who is participate in it, and I was observing that she was very nervous during the game, during the play. So it's so tough, emotionally very tough.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Tournament.
And this is also another quality of a real champion. You know, to find the courage, you know, to overcome the anxiety, which definitely exists. There is absolutely no doubt about that. So she must overcome it and find, you know, the psychological strength. It's not just about moving the pieces in such a case. It's not who will be slightly better and so on. The emotions take a very important part in this game, in such a crucial game.
Right.
Emotions and feelings, and you have to conquer your own emotions first.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And another second board, we have this lady here who is also leading whole tournament. They are sharing actually the places. This is Slivicka Alicia from Poland. She's always very serious. She doesn't show much nerves while we're watching. And what about her position?
Let's have a look.
At the beginning, she has quite nice advantage, I think, on the king side.
It was some initiative, but it wasn't sure if it's going to be translated to something more concrete. But it is very good for white that now the position opens up, and
that's good for bishop.
Yes,
right?
yes, that's a good thing for bishop, and also in this way, the strong square on d5 loses its value. When we have a comparatively closed position, there is sometimes only one strong square in this position available, and this increases the value by a huge margin. But if you know we get such a position, look now theoretically d5 square is strong, but at the same time d4 is strong, e4, f5, e6, d6. You see, every square is strong.
We need the pawn to be supported.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. And in a position where there are many strong squares, the value of each and every one of them is decreased.
Yes.
So rook
and those scenario what we just had is perfect for white. It's dreamy to have all the diagonals and files open and to play that position with bishop on the board.
Yes, maybe white. I mean, nothing really much is going on. I mean, after take, white will consider either to take immediately, or to take on f6 first. I don't know. Probably to take on f6 first, so that the knight will be removed from the center, and
knight takes probably.
Yes, and rook takes f5. Black chose this. This is more ambitious. I suppose white will take. There is also just a second. There is also such a possibility actually here.
To open king.
Exactly.
More.
There is also
still two rooks are on the board. That can be quite dangerous.
Yes, or maybe white can choose to take on e6. This is also possible. Yes, I believe this will be the choice. E takes f6, and now white is threatening rook f7 as well as some h6 move.
Yeah.
White definitely has some initiative, but it's not clear. For example, in case we reach a rook endgame.
You mean knight f4 here?
Something like here or a bit later, then black will have an active king, while the rook endgame will not be with equal pawns most likely. White will have maybe one pawn up due to the initiative, but white's king will be out of play on b1 for many moves, and black's king may create counterplay for draw. Black chose this move, and Again, there are many, we cannot be sure here. Many moves have to be calculated. Rook f7, rook takes f8, rook e2, rook g2, so many moves. So somebody cannot decide so easily in reality.
Yes.
Sometimes people believe that we can immediately spot the winning move or something, but this is not the case.
Depends the position. Sometimes you feel that's the right move and it's correct, but sometimes you need time to feel the candidate moves. You might
Exactly.
have many moves, but here the problem for black is the time also.
This is very
She has
important
less than
factor.
3 minutes, and how many
Yes.
moves to go? About 10 more moves to go. 9 more moves
And
to go.
at this moment, I'm calculating this move, threatening g7. I don't believe black should allow this pawn to be taken. So let's say he goes here. And look, this is one interesting possibility, because if black takes, white then has a strong attack. Bishop takes h6. This bishop cannot be taken. And anyway, ideas like this are now on the agenda.
Yes,
And
to get the h file and then
and
to
checkmate. Yes. But after h6, there are other possibilities. For example, now it might be a good moment to jump here. But maybe I can take with a pawn here. No, white can take with a pawn and then give this check and win immediately.
Whoa,
Yes.
that's a lot of tracks. Black's idea is here to change the pieces, even if it costs for her a pawn.
Yes, it cannot be for free. Yes, rook f to g2. Okay, if necessary, black will even play this, but this is a bit passive. Now
is.
white can change the course and play such a move to attack e5. Now that the rook is not on the f line. And this is what white is thinking. And I believe that as soon as she spots this trick with h6, she will probably play rook f to g2.
It's very interesting if you have if you can access the boards which are not on our system. If it's possible, we are ready to review it as well. Here we have this is open category, open section. This is very interesting. 12 under 12 players. They both have the same points. They were both leading whole tournament. They are facing each other at the last round. This is so crucial, right?
But in reality, black is absolutely winning here, and the game is. Oh, just a second. I thought the pawns were going the other way, but it doesn't really matter. Yes, black has a.
It's very tricky to understand where the pawn's going,
Yes,
right? When
yes,
there are
but
too few
but
pieces
there are
on the
two
board.
of them, which means it doesn't really matter so much. So this is a. Yes, this cannot be check. So because it's black to move. So
with black pieces here, we have
Yes.
Maurice Marc-Andrea. He needed only win. He needs only win here because his tie-breaks points are not as good as his opponents.
and he played c5. This is c5 square. Yes, king d5, and now rook d3 check, followed by c4, and obviously.
No, there are like two lines between the pawns, and I think it's winning.
Yes, it's winning.
theoretically.
Yes, but there is another pawn also on. I mean, there are two pawns.
I thought there was a third pawn.
No, not a third. Enough is enough. But I mean, with two pawns up, it is winning for sure. Rook d. What is this square? I'm getting confused now.
D3.
This is d3. Yes. Rook d3 check, king e4, and c4.
Yes.
C4, and this
C4
is
right away.
yes.
Rook
C4 right
takes
away is good
C4
enough. If he takes rook
can
d3
be-
check now,
Yes.
it's
Trade
equally good.
Trade the rooks, still winning.
Yes.
That's the benefit of having two extra pawn. You can anytime give one
Yes.
pawn back, trade the rook,
That's what we
and
said.
win
It's
with
money in the
another.
bank. At any moment, you can take it out and use it. Yes. And okay, black is winning
He's
at this
also very
moment.
confident.
Yes,
As
black
I
is
have
winning.
information, he just became international master. He
Very
just got
good.
his last
Congratulations.
norm at the age of 12, and he's one of the youngest international masters for now.
Actually, in this position, black is winning even without the pawn on
F file, right?
on the f. What? I get confused, by the board.
Yes, I think it's still winning because the king is replaced on the wrong
Yes.
place. King should be in front of the pawn.
I mean, no, black is winning without the c6 pawn, without the c6 pawn. This just the king and the f pawn. This is winning. This is not much
Yes,
to
the
see.
rook endgame
Yes, he's
are
winning.
my favorite to study and my favorite to play with if I'm losing the material because I have some chances to draw. Can you imagine the tension now on the board, the emotions on the board? Because here with white pieces,
Yes.
he also had chances to win the tournament.
Yes. Okay, what can you do? But failing to win to win a tournament doesn't make you any worse
Yeah.
player. I mean, you might be a great talent and a great player, and you
To
might
come
have
back.
a bright future. I mean, even
Yes.
Carlsen himself, he wouldn't become the champion every time when he was young, but
No.
later he became the
Yes.
best.
Yeah, what is very important at this moment for the player is to to be more motivated. That
Yes.
he was so close, this close to win a title. Not everyone can be so close,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we can move with our camera to other position and.
By the way, in these girls under 18, they played exactly the moves which we predicted in both
We're
the
playing
first
like girls
balls.
under 18.
Yes.
So happy,
I'm,
right?
I'm
So
very
young.
happy that I play like a girl, but also I play like under 18. This is
girl.
very good, although I'm 43 already.
That's very good. I agree with that too. I think we can show the sports until
Yes.
our camera guy relocates his positions. Whoa, he's fast. What is this board? It must be the same category, under 12, I guess. Second board, here we have and you know what? Here, black pieces. He has 6.5 points, and he has the best tie breaks than the guys on the first board for now, for the round 8.
But what is happening on the board objectively? It's not easy to tell who is better anyway. All the more by watching it in the camera.
Yeah, it looks quite juicy for white here because I see only white pieces on the board, but I also see the open king on G2, right? So
The guys on the next board are playing very fast, by the way.
can we see the board, the third board maybe?
We cannot see the board so far, but they are either decided to play a bleach game or something, a friendly bleach game, or their moves are very easy to spot and they are playing fast.
And also what's very important, the players who are playing board second and third, they also have chances to become champions. For example, this player with black pieces, he has a great chance, maybe not anymore with this position on the first board is winning clearly, but he had also a chance if something goes wrong on the first board, he could take a title as well. Yes. Okay. I think we should thank our camera guy to make this great job to show us the games, and now I think we can fully focus on the first board and second board, and then to take a short break.
Absolutely.
So the last move was how the rook got on c4. That's my question.
Let's check. So rook takes d6 was chosen, and white played rook here to threaten a4. Okay, that was
That's interesting.
her idea. Knight f6, and now why doesn't white take on a4? She will, but black may go queen b7. Anyway, black is better now.
She took with the
she
queen.
took with the queen.
Because if rook takes, then this after queen b7, rook really stacks on a4.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
What do you think if the queens are traded here and the bishops are traded? Oh, bishops can be traded.
Can be traded. Well, if the queens are traded, then white is doing fine because white's main problem is weakness of his king. The weakness of his king.
Then if queens are traded, then it's gonna be
Yes,
fine.
yes.
Also, it's something like disconnected pieces, or I don't know. I don't really like this rook on c4. Probably queen should be played on b7 even here.
There is one move. It is probably not working. I mean, this move, yes, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look certain. I mean, there are many pieces that are hanging, and it might as well be a blunder.
First, what comes to my mind is to take on a8 and then take on c5.
Take on a8. Maybe this is also the solution. Take on a8. If bishop takes, no, it's probably not a good move. Probably not a good move. I'm not sure. It's what happened actually? No, black played here. Yes, which is positionally it is correct. Queen here.
Okay, now c4 rook isn't hanging because the queen itself is hanging on.
This is an
a4.
interesting solution that black found. Now she does threaten the rook on c4, or she has unpinned the bishop, and black is better now. Because a knight will appear soon on d5. Okay, if white takes, black can even take with a pawn. But let's say
have this very strong pawns in the
yes,
center.
let's say that because this is under attack, let's say that the rook moves away. Yes, for example, here. Well, then probably take. Rook takes, and black has some advantage, and there is no doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely.
This
pawn on f4 might
exactly.
be a weakness. The
Yes,
king, it
exactly.
tweaks the,
Pawns
king.
don't move back, which means the white king in the very long run, at this moment it may even be invisible, but in the very, very long run, the king is going to be weak.
Yeah. It's very interesting situation on the second board. Let's move in here.
They did play what we indicated. Actually, rook f to g2, rook c7 might have been a mistake due to this h6, and now white seems to be winning because there are some tactical problems connected with checkmate. She found this move intending to give checkmate in one move.
Why rook bishop f8 and not on back on?
Because if it goes back, knight f4 closes the bishop, and black is always ready to counter with rook h6. So after this move, rook h2 check or rook h1 is coming. This move was chosen, and now the game will end immediately because of this check or with the other rook here.
This
an
is
intermediate
beautiful.
move
This
here.
is beautiful.
Yes, and white will win within a few seconds. There is no doubt.
And she'll guarantee the second place. Very nice game, and also a very confident game for the last round. Who is for a person who is playing for championship title.
Yes.
Okay, I think for now that's it, and we can take a very, very short break, and Jan can come back.
Absolutely.
I'll see you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our broadcast from Bratislava. We will we are having some winners already in some categories, so let's have a look, for example, at the under 18 open category, where we know the name of the new European champion, which is Nguyen Thaidai Van from the Czech Republic, and we can have a look how his victory on board one arose.
We checked this game before, many moves before. It developed very differently, and in my view, incorrectly by Black. Uh, these ideas were probably not good. This Black should break in the center. If you don't do it fast, you are never going to do it. The more you postpone e6, the more difficult it becomes, because white is organizing his position, and then it will be impossible. And this idea of entering the endgame to me looks totally wrong. White has a very easy advantage. He will gladly exchange queens, of course. And
Yes, but maybe there is a trick that black cannot take because of rook a1, queen e2, rook d2.
Rook d2. But even this might be preferable.
Okay,
Yes, even this
okay.
might be
With a
preferable.
strong c pawn.
Yes, or play some other active move here. I don't know. There is no active move. Maybe black should consider here the move e5.
Which at least keeps the two bishops, right?
Yes, yes, yes. This move, I know white should probably be better anyway, but what to do? I mean, he got in the, and I
Bishop
will play
f8
bishop
maybe.
f8.
Yes.
Such type of position, yes, if there is nothing better, because this is a very bad endgame in my opinion, and also because knight is coming to c3 and there is an open path for the king very easily to come to d4. So here, knight c3, now breaking the position with e6 is not even possible, because after e6, take, check, even knight can take here,
Yes.
but this is also winning, take,
Check, check, and
yes, check, check, and win the bishop. And a very open path for the king. This is a strategically winning game because the bishop on b7 is doing absolutely nothing.
and the c4 pawn is formally a passed pawn, but it's rather weak than passed, and white will try to attack it.
Exactly, a4, and bring the king in the center. And I have seen a very similar game some time ago, very, very similar, where white won easily. And
Yes, black
Yes.
simply had nothing to do,
yes, and
and
e6.
he actually almost got mated there.
I believe this king e4 move may have not been played at
Yes,
all.
yes.
This move, they just put the kings on e4. I have the feeling that black played g5 and at the same time resigned. This is
I understood that there is some problem, some immediate problem, which I cannot see yet, but something like check
knight
and
e4 or rook f7 check,
Yes.
yes, and rook f8.
or even maybe e6 and knight
Yes,
d5.
yes,
Yeah, this
yes.
should be winning somehow.
Or rook takes e7 is the simplest. Yes, rook takes e7.
Rook takes e7, yes. Yeah, this
yes.
is what he missed, probably.
Yes,
Rook takes
yes.
e7 and now takes, and these two pass pawn, of course, will win easily. So, congratulations to Czech Republic and to Van. And let's have a look at the second board, because if one of these guys wins, then probably the winner of this game will be the silver medalist. So let's have a look at
We
this one.
discussed at this position previously. I don't know if white handled it correctly. He played knight c3. We were indicating queen d6 here, and I think black should not exchange rooks. But on the other hand, white's rooks are very active. This is a tough choice. I would have played this move here probably, and exchange also queens, and play the endgame very slowly. And here I would have taken with the queen. But okay, white is better even if he takes with the rook. So
Yes.
let's go.
But give some counterplay to black.
Yes, white now should also be careful. King h2. Here, yes. King g8, rook e7, queen d2. Let's see, check. Queen c8 check was chosen. And what is happening after, let's say, king h7?
Well, queen f5, queen g6.
This
might
is
be
one possibility,
Yes.
yes. Here, so check. Here, most likely, here. But now there is queen f4, for example.
with some perpetual, perhaps, right?
Yes,
Because g3 is too risky,
Yes, too
and
risky.
it is a perpetual anyway. So
Yes.
white
White
should
can play
probably-
queen g3 anyway here, but if he wants to do this, I mean, he
He
can
could
play.
have done it
Yes,
before.
earlier.
Yes, but okay, this is quite possible. And white still keeps some advantage, right?
Yes, sure, absolutely. He would very much prefer this pawn to be here, though, to control some squares. But even at this point, white is better. But he's thinking of a way to maybe win the game if possible. For example, how about queen c7 here? But then queen g5 most likely, yes?
Yes. I don't think that white can just come and give a mate. That would be very improbable, to my opinion. So sooner or later this endgame will probably arise, and we will see whether white will be successful or not. Let's have a look at the third board, where Gunnar Simon is playing Murzin Volodar and having some advantage with white. This should be probably close to winning.
Yes, white is a pawn up and he has very good chances. In such a position, it doesn't matter at all if we say this is a theoretical draw or a theoretical win. White will anyway play 100 moves if necessary and try to win. Because theoretically, even the initial position is a theoretical draw, but nobody would care. So, rook e7. In case of rook b6, an idea is to play h5 or king f4. What white should do here is look first of all if there are some tactics and he can win directly, or otherwise to improve the positioning of his pieces. For example, such a move looks quite good, and if necessary, white may even play, I suppose, king f8. White may even play e4. For example, if check, white will consider both moves, king e5, which looks very strong, and even e4. Even this is very good. E4.
After that, rook b5 might stop white a bit.
Yes.
I would probably look for some winning chances after king e5 and king f6.
Yes. Maybe this immediately. The best way in such positions, if white can achieve it, is to play against the black king. That's most of the times the most convincing way. Yes, you're right. Rook b5 is probably the best move here, and this game will continue for many more moves. This is my
and I would
prediction.
bet that white will win eventually, because it's very difficult to defend, although objectively it's maybe not lost.
He chose bishop f5, which might be a better idea. And there is still a lot of play. With good chances for white.
We will see. So this is the category of open under 18, where we know the winner already. Let's have a look at girls under 16. There was a draw on the first board, which means that Vaščuk Patricia will definitely be one of the leaders of the tournament. She's got 7.5 out of 9 at this moment, and the question is whether Getzman Tatiana on the second board will be able to win and catch her or not. And probably black is doing very fine on the second board.
Yes, this Bogo Indian defense, yes. Black had some compensation. Right now, rook e3, it's white to play. I don't think there is much choice. White should take on h7. This might be one possibility. The idea is to play, in case of here or of here, to play d6 check.
Yes, but king c6 and not much is happening there.
Yes,
anyway.
You're right. Here and king c6, and sooner or later give rook c1 check and then take the pawn, for example. King f2 was chosen.
Okay, yes, white wants to keep
exactly his g pawn. If here black can probably take. So king f2 was chosen because what matters now is counterplay.
Now black will surely take on c3.
Yes, and white should take here. And this is transformation of the advantages. Black was a pawn up for many moves. Now he gives the pawn back, but as a result, he has probably faster. Although it's not so sure, is it?
This will be interesting. Yes, maybe black is not even better here.
This king is very strong. This pawn is coming fast. Yes.
Maybe black can just go b4 here to keep the to keep the rook here, which controls the third rank, and just go b4, b3, b2 as soon as quick as possible. Okay, rook g7 is probably...
Or h5 intending h6, you know, this h5 may force black.
b3?
b3, h6.
b2. Okay, and white will be first, interestingly enough. Okay, so h5, king c6, that probably transposes.
But at least, let's say I made you play a move with your king, but it transposes, yes, you would have played.
b3.
b3.
No, it's extremely interesting, but
Not
still,
much there.
somehow I think that black should be first. But all of this is not important because black retreated with the rook to e7, surprisingly enough.
But this was actually another way to go, yes?
Maybe yes, yes. So king f2, rook e7, rook e3, king f2. But black could have done this. This wasn't planned because black could have done it move before, actually. Takes.
And now b4 is unnecessary. I wouldn't play
a5.
b4, just a5.
For a knight, it's very difficult to catch such a pawn. It's a...
If here some bishop f5 might be another possibility. Yes.
Yes.
Just to win it. But then the rook is coming to h8 and to a8.
Well, maybe we can go... We need to have this rook covered, so maybe king d6.
I want to do h6, I don't see, or even this, you know, it requires some patience. What black should do is realize that he is not going to win this position fast. Many more moves will be played. Black should not be anxious to win in 2 moves because this is not going to be possible.
But basically, it is white who is playing for the win, so perhaps...
It is white, you say?
Oh, sorry, black who is playing for the win, so probably Waszczuk Patricia will be the winner of this category because white needs to win. Tatiana needs to win in order to catch her, so we can maybe expect that the new champion in the girls under 16 category will be from Poland.
If I go here, let's say h5, I push the pawn because I see this knight stands. But then some tactics always like this. After I take,
maybe you can push b4 instead of h4.
I can push maybe b4, but then the king may come, you know, take on b4 and king e3. It's not so easy yet. Yes, there is some place, not so easy.
Yes. So we will see. We will see. Let's have a look at the third board. Krastia Boleslava is playing Juha Judith. They both have 6 out of 8.
That king's Indian, where white will...
White is winning, right?
Yes, is winning, will give checkmate. Maybe queen f5 looks very strong. Or yes, this one. It's only a matter of time, threatening checkmates and everything.
Maybe queen h5, so that...
yes, because if I go here, queen b3 threatening checkmate. So queen h5
might be... But after queen b3, queen e5 anyway, probably.
Queen e5. I like the fact that you quite often give a positional solution to the problem. I tend to try and find tactical moves, but sometimes the solution is just like that. Win a pawn, can keep on.
I'm a very lazy guy, so.
Okay, so here and then many moves are winning. I will show a nice win here, here, check, here. I give this check. I take this bishop.
Queen h6 is.
And I give check.
Very nice. So probably on the third board, Krastseva will win. And
she played queen e6, which is equally good, but
yes, queen c4, and now she has to take on e5, and she will probably get a medal, but not the golden one. So let's have a look at the open category under 16, where on the first board Van der Siem is playing Barsegian Armen, and Barsegian Armen, if I'm not mistaken, just needs a draw in order to win his category, and he's doing fine, I would say. Black is doing fine here, or not? Difficult to say.
Not so easy to say. White may have some chances. H4. I would probably have, almost certainly have played this move for black. This is a very strong practical move, so that one doesn't have to calculate all these checks and everything. Okay, it has to be also it has to be calculated. Yeah, also specifically.
But I would take.
Yes, here this is definitely a draw. This position is definitely a draw, and I would say an easy one for black, a very easy one. Yes, at some moment he can even sacrifice the bishop for some of the pawns.
King h7 was being played, and white played queen b8.
An X check, as I call it, as I like to call it.
Yes.
X check. White is not so worried about such moves and rook b2 because the king will escape. The king is quite safe on f4. After black will spend some tempi to take on g2. The king comes here. It is safe, no checkmate, and in the meanwhile, white would be pushing the pawns. So this makes a lot more sense.
This is a nice move actually, because black had to take care of the e7 square so that he doesn't get mated. So the rook was finally nicely placed on d7.
And after such a move, white has here and black has here, and he might even start thinking, I don't know, maybe play for win. Although okay, it will be again a draw. Here, take a knight.
For black, victory is not so necessary at the moment.
Yes. In chess, we have to be pragmatic. If we need a draw.
Yes. Although this line that you showed, is it surely? Oh, okay. He can take and go some rook a5 or something.
Rook a5, yes. But this is a bit risky. Black should play maybe more safe moves. Yes.
Yes. But anyway, bishop d5, and what can white do in order to try? Maybe queen c8. Now the question is whether black can just stop the c pawn, and at which cost?
Surprisingly, I think that black can do it. Look, take, b takes, and here, in case black goes here, no, I'm totally wrong. Yes, no, black can do this, yes. I'm sure I'm missing something.
I think that white can go queen e8.
Queen f8 or queen e8, yes.
Queen e8 here.
Threatening c7, and white is winning.
White should be winning, yes.
So let's find. Bishop e6 back was the move.
Well, my feeling is that somehow black should hold this. Maybe it's not easy, but at least Barsegian is playing quite confidently.
And he has counterplay. Black is standing quite well.
So maybe the game will simply end by queen b8, bishop d5, queen c8, bishop e6. We will see. That would mean that black will become the European champion. And now let's have a look at the second board quickly, where black is having quite a lot of knights. They also just crossed the 40 move barrier and have enough time to think, and black should be winning probably,
yes,
right? With so many knights in the center. Actually, black can maybe even reminds me of this Korchnoi-Karpov game where Korchnoi was pushing and then got this mate with knight d2 and okay, that doesn't matter. But
I have played a similar position many years ago with the black pieces coming from a Najdorf, and I want to have pleasant memories. Yes, the knights are very powerful here. Black should play for a win. A very good idea is this Arabic mate, with knight f3 and rook g1 checkmate, or knight f3 and rook h2. Because why? Because this checkmate is very fast. It is actually, it happens. It is winning one move before it is executed. When I threaten Arabic checkmate, I deliver Arabic checkmate. I will give a very nice example. Look, I go here. You take, I threaten Arabic checkmate, I give Arabic checkmate. Yes, you have to go rook e1. I will take it. Look, I will take it.
And
again. Yes, I threaten Arabic checkmate. I already gave it. So here, in reality, black is threatening not mate in 2, but mate in 1. If I go knight f3, it's already over. So rook g8 or king d5 is one way to go, of course, without risking much. Yes, I would prefer to put the king here and not to play d5.
Yes, of course. We are playing for mate.
Yes, exactly.
Not for promotion of pawns.
Yes.
And now rook g8, perhaps.
Maybe objectively rook g8 here is even better, but I'm taking into account the fact that the players might be a bit stressed, and everything. They probably don't want, or tired, probably they don't want to risk at all.
But basically black is winning on the second board, which means that he would be second or third probably. Oh, who knows. And good news for Slovak fans. Sahid Samir won on board 3 against Juxta Karolis, which gives him 7 out of 9, which is a lot of points, and we will need to wait for the secondary criteria to decide whether this will be enough for a medal or not. So, okay. On the first board we can return there. Queen b8 was played, and now Barsegian is thinking whether he should play bishop d5 or...
With a draw he is first, for sure.
Yes, he's first with the draw, so he will probably play it. He would be the only one with 7.5. But still, he has a lot of time, so he can contemplate whether to play it or not. Maybe he even was offered a draw, so he is risking nothing, basically. Okay, let's have a look at girls under 14, where Alavardeva Ayan won on the first board against Kirche Victoria, which means for her, I will check quickly, that means for her good news, definitely, but I'm not sure whether she is going to be the champion automatically. No, not really, because on the second board, Nurmuhamateva Alisa was also having 6.5 out of 8. So if white wins this, then she would join Alavardieva Ayan on top of the list. But can white win this?
It's not so easy at all. Yes, it's not easy at all. But this is a good move now. I thought about this, but this immediately eliminating d5 pawn. Yes, black should play here not to lose this pawn so easily.
95.
Knight d5. And now get the knight back into play, probably here to put it on d6. There is still some play.
Okay, but what if I just take everything what I see? Knight c3.
But I go knight d6.
Knight d6, I see.
Yes.
Well, this is not
e4 or what?
This is not easy at all.
Yes, it's not easy.
Because white cannot really afford giving away any of these pawns, because then black would just take the second one with a knight and probably make an easy draw. We all know that 2 knights against a pawn, in some occasions they are won, but that are really rare occasions, and even if you get the winning position, it's not so easy to actually to execute.
But also the defense is not so easy. I mean, with the king, the general rule is that you have to for example, one knight is blockading the pawn. With the king, you should move away from this knight that is blocked, so that in order to get mated, this knight will have to move, and then the pawn is unblocked and it is running.
So it's not easy, but it's also not easy to imagine that this exact position would just transform into
Absolutely.
this, because black probably will keep more than one pawn. Anyway, let's have a look at the third board, where Jakimova Maria lost to Zeliantseva Ksenia. That means for Ksenia that she will have 7 out of 9 and good chances for a medal, but we will have to wait how the other games will end. Okay, let's have a look at a category which is very interesting for the Slovak fans. And Kostolansky Sebastian Lukáš won against Popov Konstantin, which means that he will be one of the top players. He will definitely be on shared first, but maybe that will not be enough. We have to check. So Kostolansky is having 7.5 out of 9, but Svetkov also won on the second board, and it's also having 7.5 out of 9. So we also need to wait for the secondary criteria to find out whether Kostolansky will win or be second. We will see. And on the third board, Tadic Stefan won with Oglaza Oskar, dominating the A8 knight and probably just getting it very soon, which means that Tadic is on 7 out of 9 and also having a very nice tournament. Okay, let's have a look at girls under 14. Oh, we did that, did we? Yes. So let's have a look at girls under 12. Here probably everything is already decided. Shvedova Alexandra won, which means that she's having like 8 out of 9. 8 out of 9, and the only one who can catch her actually is Žapova Jana, who is playing this position with black pieces, and
White here has a few chances to win. I had reached a similar position against Wojtasek, and I was black, and I needed a draw after some effort. And this evaluation, White has some chances, practical chances, but objectively it is.
But surely black is not winning this.
Absolutely.
Unless some fork will appear.
Even if this is the case, then again it is a draw.
If white loses just an exchange, then it's still a draw. So we can say confidently, or relatively confidently, that Shvedova will be the European champion in the category of girls under 12. Most likely, yes. Let's have a look at the open category under 12, where Maurici Mark Andrea won with Petrovsky Vadim. Maurici is a big star in France. He's got over 2,400 rating. Just being under 12, this is a huge achievement. And let's just check. This means that he will become he became the the European champion in this category, because Petrovsky Vadim was the only contender with 7 out of 8. So Maurici will be first with 8 out of 9, and the winner of Tobak against Filip Ossian will probably be second. So let's have a look at the second board. What do you think about this position?
It's black to move, yes?
It is black to move, yes. They just crossed the 40 move barrier. Very imbalanced.
Yes, I think with all the pinned pieces, black, unfortunately for him, cannot win the game with all these pinned pieces. Only the queen is taking active part in the game, only black's queen. He can win c2 pawn with check, yes, but if we have a look a bit further, let's say king g3, and the knight on e7 is under attack. It's not so easy. I mean, probably a draw is within the reach, yes, but
I cannot see it.
for example, yes, I can do this, by means of tactics.
I
Some
see,
queen
I
d6
see, I see.
check
But queen
is
d7,
coming, queen d7.
bishop e5 maybe.
The bishop is
Bishop is
unfortunately
pinned. Uh-huh.
is a bit more pinned than the knight on f3.
That's what you said earlier, yes.
Black
this
may
is-
start collecting pawns, but this construction with the knight on f3 and the king on g3 is actually, the king is quite safe, yes?
Yes.
Uh,
No, it would. Maybe knight g8 is a move now. Because the bishop is protected, so.
Or knight c8.
Or knight somewhere else, yes, but just going away with the knight. Maybe this is the way how to proceed.
Let's say I do something like this. But now I have an idea to play even to
Positionally.
defend, yes.
Okay, this is a bad position for black, maybe. What should he do? Rook b8 or what? Doesn't look very attractive at all.
Yes. I don't know. Let's go back to see. Very inspired play by White. He allows c2 to be taken with check. And knight f5 was played.
Okay.
Finally. Bishop takes is probably
Forced, such an
forced,
active knight.
yes,
Okay,
and
and now
automatic.
black gets some additional possibilities with rook g8 maybe. Okay, but queen d7 is probably normal.
And now I would probably play such a move. Look, check,
King h3.
king h3 and queen c3. Some counterplay against the knight.
Okay, rook f5.
Once again, you give a positional solution. And once again, I can see ways to fight, but not very inspiring. Yes, rook g8 can be played, e7 maybe, yes.
7. Queen e3 or
Queen
what?
e3, yes.
Queen e3.
Rook f8, is it possible? Rook f8.
f8.
I don't know, and promote to a... No, if you take a promote to a queen, yes?
Yes. Queen f5 is also
Yes.
This looks very nasty. And
Once again, this construction, the knight is protecting
this nice one, right?
the king, yes.
So, I think that white has got a lot of chances here, and that would mean that he will have a nice tournament. Let's have a look at the third board, where Jan Markos is playing Han Yichen. And actually we have something really interesting there.
Black is a rook down.
Black is a rook down, but seems to be dominating, right? And winning probably.
Rook takes c3. Okay, but this the rook will be taken with
Some kind
check.
of a desperation here.
Yes.
Okay, rook c3 is forced probably.
Yes.
King b2. And
now
some queen c4 should be enough, right?
Yes. Or queen b7 and queen b4 is good enough. Yes.
Yes.
It's more or less the same.
Again, giving positional way. No, it's difficult for me to believe that white can hold with such.
No, this will win within a few moves. Yes.
Rook d3. Let's fight for a while.
Check.
I'm not sure. Maybe we should be more careful earlier. But how can we? Well, we should probably
Rook takes
take.
c3 has been played. Yes.
Okay, and now. I don't know, Queen c5. Does it make any difference? Maybe not really.
Look, this might be a good way to go. I give
Okay,
check
Queen a2,
here,
King a2.
and now I do this.
Very good.
Yes, I
Double
have a
attack.
few tempi up now. Yes.
Double attack, yes.
And in case of King b2, I want some tempi, right? In case of now, I take here.
Rook d3.
Rook d3, and I can win another pawn by giving check and take here. And Queen c2 is not possible. Yes, I exchange and promote.
You will, yes. No, Black should win this. Perhaps.
Yes.
This king is relatively safe because
yes.
even Queen c3 should win. Or not?
Queen c3, e5, a4. Yes, you are right. And e5. Yes.
It's no way how White can.
Yes, the pawns promote without the help of the king.
So Black should win on the third board in the open under 12 category and have 7 out of 9 in the end. So let's have a look at the girls under 10. Probably everything is already decided here. So Shukman Anna won on the first board against Smetanska Victoria, which means that Shukman Anna is the European champion with 8.5 out of 9, which is a splendid performance. And the second place goes to Hnatsin Anastasia, who won on the second board, and with 7.5 out of 9 she will be clear second. And probably the third will be Kyriadze Anastasia, who won the third on the third board and will have 7 out of 9. But there is still a fight going on the fourth board, and
Let's
the winner
check the
of
fourth board.
and the winner of this will also have 7 out of 9. And the winner will probably Black, right?
Oh, it's not so clear. I will put a pawn on h6. Look. It's Black to move, yes, most likely. No, h5.
h5,
yes. If it was White to move with this, because Black cannot take King a4 and this, I might be in time to attack h7 pawn, but with this...
Okay, let's go through the main line.
Yes, there is nothing else to do. Things are not simple, yes. Here. Things are not simple.
Not that simple, yes. We can check.
Actually,
maybe we should skip the pawn on h7 and try the. So go King a4.
I do this
H5.
Because it's not possible to take.
But White can even take if the counterplay consists of.
Yes. So let's check it. Let's check it. King a5. Yes.
King
what
a5.
Else?
Takes.
Take.
Just keeping it simple.
We are too tired to calculate everything from afar. And White will Black can make a draw at least. King d6, take King e7, threatening to go to f8, and this typical draw.
Yes. So that would. Okay, White can of course go King f5 here and just
King
come
f7,
back
yes.
if he would love to. But let's check whether Black can hope for something better. King f6, King d4, King g6, f5, c5, f5, c4, f6. No, just. So probably it's a draw.
But Black played h5, and now it is White who is playing for a win. She has absolutely no other way than doing this, yes?
King d4, yes.
But actually it's going to be the same continuation.
But with the h-pawns.
Here.
Yes.
Let's have a look. If I want to play c5, I will not put the king here. But how about this?
Can I take on h5? That would be quite good.
Yes, White is winning actually. Surprisingly, White is winning here. Yes, this is a very well-known construction that Black actually cannot touch any of the pawns.
Because of
h5, yes, cannot touch any of the pawns. And
So
that would be-
basically, black has to be maybe even a bit careful.
yes, here black can probably play such a move, let's say. Let's check.
F5, C4.
Yes, here.
But this can go forever.
Of course, white has chances. Of course, absolutely. Promote. White will. I mean, in many cases, if white can exchange queens, he may be winning.
She
Yes.
will be winning, yes.
Yes, white will centralize the queen somehow, give check, and there are very good practical chances here. Very good
Yes.
practical chances,
Please
especially
remember we are in girls under 10.
Exactly, exactly.
And the girls are already tired and so on,
Uh-huh.
so anything can happen.
Yes.
Okay, is there anything else for black? Probably not. Yes, probably not. So
Every detail is working for white. Now,
yes, yes,
and you are telling me that there is no luck in chess. There is luck in chess. Yes.
yes. Okay, so that was the girls under 10 category, and now let's check the open under 10 category, where there was a draw on the first board, and on the second board, Finek Václav won with Golovchenko Bogdan.
Hmm.
This is a very good day actually for the Slovak and Czech players. Everyone wins, which
This is almost a stalemate. Yes. This is almost with the bishop
Yes.
here. It is a stalemate actually.
Yes, yes. So let's check how this will go. Basically, Finek is having 7.5 out of 9, and also no, but Vetoshkin Sava is having 8 out of 9. So Vetoshkin will be first, the
But-
one who played on the first board.
But what kind of draw is this? I'm surprised. Just a second. What
Okay,
kind
so
of
let's
draw?
have a look at the third board, where
Yes.
a draw was.
But the final position doesn't agree with that. It's either white is giving checkmate or black is completely winning with rook g8 check and 2 pieces up. Maybe the result was
Put.
yes,
Okay, bishop a8 probably wasn't played, right?
yes. White can take, black can take. Something's wrong with the transmission. Obviously, bishop takes h3 or something.
Yes, so there should be some mistake in the transmission, because after bishop takes h3, of course, black is absolutely winning. So either the position is not correct, or the result is not
The
correct.
result, yes, there is no perpetual in this position. Either it's checkmate by white or black is a lot of material up.
Okay, so we will find out later what's going on here. And in the open under 8 section, we already know the winners. In open under 8, the winner is, let's check. Well, we already had the interview with Erdomus Yakis Khan, who made 8.5 out of 9 and is the sole winner in the under 8 section. And let's have a look at girls under 8, where the winner is Huseinova Dinara with 8 out of 9. So congratulations, and let's check once more the oldest categories. So let's have a look at girls under 18, where Badelka Olga really needs to win this one on the first board.
She had a worse position, a better position after the opening, but a worse position later on.
And
Now it is,
it is probably balanced, but
mhm,
anything can happen.
yes,
Maybe b4 is a
b4,
move, right?
yes, and now it's either rook a7 or rook a8, obviously. And again, it is should be a draw again. Yes. I think this might be a better move because if here I will take with a pawn. There is no other way. I mean.
Yes. So let's keep the rook on c7 so
Yes.
that.
Again, anything is possible. No, we'll take with the rook now.
Okay, but there's still a pin on the second rank, so
Yes.
you will not be very quick
Uh-huh.
There is rook a2.
I protect for the moment.
Yes, and black returns.
Even this
can
is
go with the
possible.
king,
Yes, yes. And objectively
Should be drawish.
should be drawish. Yes.
Which means that that Slivicka, who won on the second board, should probably win the category.
White chose A4, an interesting possibility. A4. In her try to play for a win, obviously.
Obviously.
Yes.
But after rook a7, I don't see
A5, A5 and,
Oh,
and
A5, I
now
see.
what, knight B4? It's not so clear once
But
again.
a5 is not working. There's knight e3 still. Well, no, but it is working. So what to do after a4?
A4.
Can I play? Sorry, can I play rook a7, a5, knight b4?
But then I take on c5.
Then
And I give check. Yes, and I was thinking about king h7 at this position. But if necessary, white may push and even play rook a1 if necessary and keep the game going. Yes.
So this probably keeps some chances for white. Rook cb7 was being played, which at least forces the matters.
But now this a pawn is much more dangerous than before. Yes. White can play a5 or probably take, and such a move. I don't know.
Maybe white has got some chances. Also, it's quite important that this is a dark square, so even winning with a bishop against the sole king can work with the h-pawn. Yes, maybe white was very
a5,
smart
king f3, king e4.
and still has some chances. This is quite interesting. Quite interesting.
In that cases, it is important, if you're desperately fighting for a win, it is important to find ways not to win by force in a position that is not winning by force, but to just keep the game going. That's the most you can do. Keep the game going and hope for a mistake.
Yes. Yeah, white is fine. White is fine. Probably not winning, but she can try, definitely. Okay, so let's have a look at the open under 18 again. Here we know that Nguyen is already the champion, but on the second board we still have the game Engel Lewis against Salem Gareev Tagir. Still fighting with this rook against two minor pieces. And black is having nice counterplay.
Yes. Because white went wrong somewhere. This c5 is positionally very bad. White cannot push his pawns after c5. Cannot push his pawns on the queen side.
And white also forgot to exchange the queens.
Yes,
which means that black
we indicated long ago. Now black has what he wants to, what he desires. He has counterplay, piece coordination.
He might even find some tactical solution and
win. Of course, and play for a win. Of course, absolutely.
It's just enough to grab one pawn, and then the cards are better for black. So we will see. Let's have a look at this third board where we predicted that Gumula Shimon will torture Murzin Volodar for a long time. So let's have a look there. Black played e5. Quite a committal decision, but probably a correct one.
In these cases, white should not, let's say I go somewhere here, white should not just start pushing g4 and g5 for so long. He should try and find other ideas, other plans. For example, improve the bishop, put it here, or even try to circle, play many moves around and put it here.
Or even
if-
get the king somewhere to f5.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's possible.
So yes, first white should. This is a very basic rule. Should maneuver his pieces for a long time,
Yes.
and the last solution will be to just try and create a passed pawn.
Maybe these two guys will be the last to play here in Bratislava, because this seems to be a long game. This might be a long game. Okay, anyway, let's move to the girls under 16 category. This is our last round, probably. Okay, so
This
Getman Tatiana-
notorious game, yes.
yes, Getman Tatiana really needs to win this one in order to catch Vaščuk Patricia. So let's have a look whether she has got any chances or not.
Let's say king to g1. It's this might be dangerous. The king will be even more exposed. But here, rook e3 might come and eliminate as many pawns as possible. That's why white is taking her time. It's not an easy decision where to go with the king. Let's say I go here, and both moves have problems. Both king g1 and king f1. In case of this, knight takes a4 is the idea.
Might be possible, yes.
Yes.
This is a very interesting game, isn't it? Maybe black can go actually rook a2 and rook b5 a3, just pin her hopes to the very strong a3 pawn. Because with the king cut off, such a pawn quite often wins automatically. You just play rook b2 and a2, and that's it.
You see, we have been analyzing for so many hours. We are a bit tired, but the same goes for the players. They have been playing for many hours. They also are tired. They cannot see probably tactics very clear. That's why having good physical health, it is also very important in modern chess. This was never the case, let's say 60 or 50 years ago. You would see older people, you know, with too many kilos, smoking and this and that, and still they were the champions. But such a case now, it's absolutely out of the question. Everybody, you can see Carlsen, he's very fit, he has very good physical health. These are all important, because good physical health means endurance. You will be able to play well for many hours, because if you make the mistake on the 5th hour, it's again the same. Nobody will say anything. You lost in 5th hour, yes, nobody will say what a pity. So good physical health is also important.
But what do you think about the idea? Maybe it works, right?
I don't know. There are some checks here. It's so complicated. But if the knight moves, then all the time
King comes.
king comes.
To a 3 somewhere.
Yes, this looks like a very nice idea. I cannot counter it, but I will try.
Rook a5 is probably a very good move, and the problem for black is that he cannot get closer with her king. So okay. Rook a5 looks to be fair enough, good enough. So we will see. I mean, this is very difficult to predict what will happen in this game. I would really love to keep my a4 pawn. Maybe I can play king c6. Does king c6 achieve this?
It is a bit counterintuitive, as you know.
I just want to keep all my pawns, but
And if I give another check, he will go where?
anywhere. Who knows? King d6.
If I take on g7, for example, you play maybe a3 or something, yes?
I don't know. I feel that I'm half hallucinating already, so I'm not really
Really
sure
very
whether-
difficult position.
Maybe this is not working, I don't know. But just keeping all the queenside pawns looks very tempting. Maybe I can do this, you know, take a3, but after taking I can go away with the rook, just keep the rook.
But then I go rook g6 and to a6 back.
a2.
And start pushing my h pawn. You
no,
may
that
play
will not be-
b4,
not be working, yes.
and who knows what is happening.
So maybe a2 is better. But again, you can return to a6.
Yes, yes.
So
No.
this is probably not
This is
very
very
good.
complicated.
Okay, let's
yes.
leave it to the girls. They will surely find their way. But this is anything can happen here. This is not clear at all. On the contrary, on the third board, this position is probably very clear. White is simply winning with 4
Yes.
pawns up, which means that Kraceva will have 7 out of 9 and might get a medal. We will see. Okay, let's have a look at the open section under 16, where on the first board they are still playing in this interesting endgame.
b5 is now under attack, and what is going on after this? Rook takes b5 or what?
Rook takes b5 probably, yes.
This was played actually. No, what happened
Was
here?
it?
Queen c5 was played.
Queen
Queen
c5,
c5.
bishop b5, and knight d5.
But we
Interesting.
indicated that even sacrificing the rook here somehow might be enough for a draw. White wants to do something like this and take on f7, obviously, yes?
It's difficult for me to believe that this is like any winning try for white, but maybe it is. Maybe bishop a. Oh, I don't know. What is this?
Bishop a4, some queen c4, some
Yes,
chances.
I want to go back to b5, but okay, rook b7 is probably the most solid, and now we need to find out what's going on. Like after losing the f7 pawn, and if white can get the knight to g5, that might be extremely dangerous.
Of course,
so.
yes, yes. And ideas for black, as we have already indicated, to double the rooks and take g2 pawns. Are positionally not justified. King will go, they will cost a lot of time, and white's king will simply go to f4 and use all this extra time to deliver checkmate. So
Knight d5.
let's say I go here.
Yes, we spoke about that one.
Queen c4, I think, or not.
Well, if I take,
Yes.
then you are able to cover yourself because there's always bishop f5, so no double attack will take place probably.
Yes, yes, or bishop e6, depending on.
Yes, I know, but if just there was some move like queen d3, they would have bishop f5, but it's not even there. So queen c4 should be the move. After which black can maybe return, right? Maybe not queen c2. Then I take on f7. No, maybe rook d1.
Yes, so we won't go to we go to e1, or to not
even
to
to
e1.
e1, yes.
To e1 is losing. It takes on d7 and queen d2.
Queen d2. So okay, so let's stay here.
This is already an annoying counterplay. Yes.
Okay,
annoying.
but still, we need to take care of the bishop. So this is okay. And what now? Queen a2, maybe even queen a2.
Yes.
White simply insists on taking on f7. This is a touch of genius from white side. If this works, then it's really nice.
Knight e5. Okay, let's say it's not clear what white is threatening now. Queen f8, just queen f8.
King g7 might be a move, right?
But then I take and queen d4 check.
So king g8.
Then queen c8 check. Nothing is working.
Yes. Okay. So this is extremely interesting.
What if I do this? Yes, finally.
You made it.
I
Okay,
think
Queen F8.
I didn't make it. I only saw Queen D5. Suddenly I forgot about Queen F8. That's why Black is thinking. White has absolutely nothing to lose.
Yes, he can torture him. Well, anyone who wins this game, he will be the champion. So
Unbelievable. If White
if White
manages to
wins,
win here, yes?
yes, if White wins this one, he will be the champion. If Black wins, he will be the champion. So it's really important to decide what's going on.
What did we say after Bishop A4?
Queen C4.
Queen C4, yes. Can I do this now?
Okay, take on F7 with the knight.
And now move the bishop somewhere. But knight G5 check always.
Knight G5
Yes.
is extremely strong all the
Yes,
time.
Yes. So what is going on? Is White winning here? He played Bishop A4.
Okay, so Bishop A4, Queen C4.
Queen C4, I don't see any other. This would be a bit naive. This is totally equal. There are many drawish endgames with rook and one pawn for
Queen.
For queen. I mean, this may not be obvious to a player without much experience, but for example, even let's give an example. Even such positions, let's say he goes here, and we move here. Even such a position, no, we don't move here. We go, for example, King G8. Even such a position, okay, apart from Rook F1 check and everything, even such a position with the rook, let's say, to F5 is most likely a draw. Yes, and this is actually a theoretical draw as long as the rook can reach either this or this square. This is a theoretical draw. There is absolutely no chance for White
Actually,
to
it's
win.
important that the pawn is on F7 because
Yes.
with a similar position with the pawn on F5, Black can attack from behind.
Exactly.
But here, Black
exactly.
is safe.
The more this pawn is pushed, the easier it is losing. So there are many types of endgames like this one with not everything is a draw. There are some positions where White is winning, but which one? I think that now we'll show. I don't know if we can get this position actually. The one with how was it?
Anyway,
I would like to point out that, let's say, even such a position, I think this is important by a theoretical point of view, that even such a position I want to indicate, even such an endgame with the rook on E6, this is a theoretical draw. Black has to be careful, but even this endgame is a draw. If you
because
can
Black will just keep his rook on E6 and then
Yes.
on one of the squares somewhere here where he cannot be checked.
And even this might come in
rook H6,
handy,
of course, yes,
and
yes.
here and everything. Black needs to be a bit careful, but this is also a theoretical draw. There are many of them lying, which means that an experienced player, yes, this is an easy and lazy move to play, but it may not be enough.
It
Now,
will surely not be enough.
yes, and now in such a position, it's really not a time for lazy moves.
But wait, Queen C4, as we had Bishop B3 is maybe the solution. We didn't see that, but now Black has covered safely on F7 and
And I go Queen E4, then you sacrifice the rook somehow, yes? Or maybe
Okay,
even Bishop
D1
D5
even.
or Bishop D5. Yes.
No, okay, let's check this one. I can go, let's say, rook bd1, just to be sure that next move is bishop e6, and that's it. Am I correct?
Yes.
So basically, white needs another move, different than queen c4 here, but I cannot see any. Queen f8, is rook b7.
Queen f8, and then this move, yes?
Yes.
It seems that we will get, in the end, this endgame, yes?
Yes, and maybe white can try to pose black some problems, but I'm not sure whether this will be enough. Probably not.
It will take a lot of patience from black, but he will probably.
Well, basically, there are not many moves for white now, because
But
there
you
are
see,
some checks.
queen e4 now, queen e4, and all of a sudden some problems
Okay,
occur.
I see. So we need
Yes.
to be really careful.
We just move the bishop back and forth.
Black should hold this.
Yes, hoping that there won't be any double attack.
Anyway, so how did you like this round and the entire event?
It was very interesting, very intense, very fighting. Almost no category was decided, or maybe even no category at all was decided before the last round. And we saw many interesting and decisive games. I really enjoyed it. Of course, this one is a very important game that is not over yet.
But still, it's time for us to say goodbye.
Yes.
And we are very happy that we could host such a nice event here in Bratislava, and hopefully all these chess players will come back to Bratislava once again, having pleasant memories. We congratulate to the winners, and we are saying hello to you. Have a nice day.
On my part, also, I would like to thank everybody who was watching. Also, my colleagues, Grandmaster Mr. Jan Markos and Igor Stoll, as well as the ladies who helped us with the analysis, and all the players. And for me, it was another interesting, nice chess adventure. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a nice time and learned a few more things. Benefit by our experience, and as I always say, looking forward to see you in some other chess adventure.
Have a nice day. Bye bye.